This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Some retired and current National Park Service officials claim federal cuts will cause chaos in the parks this summer. However, others, including the person who used to oversee the National Park Service, say the parks will be just fine. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to Teton County resident Rob Wallace, who was Assistant Secretary of the Interior during the first administration of President Donald Trump. Wallace said things apparently went smoothly at Grand Teton and Yellowstone over Memorial Day weekend, which traditionally kicks off the ramp-up to peak summer season.
With everything going on with the federal cuts, staffing cuts, and budget cuts to the Park Service and other federal agencies, there's a coalition of retired Park Service officials who've put out a warning from their perspective that this could be a pretty bad, even terrible season for visitors in national parks across the country because services could be down. They said you could run into things like long lines, filthy restrooms, garbage not being emptied, things like that. Apparently, we haven't seen that, at least not yet, in Yellowstone and Grand Teton.
The parks rely heavily on seasonal employees to provide many of the basic services to visitors, and so far that seems to be working, but as the season wears on, some of the seasonal staff will likely start to leave, particularly students who must get back to college. That will put more pressure on the full-time employees at a time when the parks are still very busy. Things are beginning to come into focus for the CK Gold project 20 miles west of Cheyenne. U.S. Gold Corporation, which owns the CK Gold project located in Wyoming's old Silver Crown mining district, has its state permits in hand, a local permit process with Laramie County underway, and, as Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports, a gold market that's exciting investors about gold in general.
They're using a very conservative $2,100 an ounce for their feasibility study. They're not relying on top dollar for gold to make this project work. And yet here we are with $3,300 per ounce on the spot market right now.
The potential economic impact of the mine is huge. Estimates are that the project will create 2,600 direct and indirect jobs, as well as $70 to $80 million in taxes and royalties. The lone occupant of a cabin in Teton County was found dead early Wednesday morning after the cabin caught fire. A 911 call came into the Teton County Communications Center at 2:13 a.m. Wednesday reporting the fire, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that it wasn't until later that someone reported the cabin was occupied.
Terse details so far. The fire department reporting there was a person inside, person was found dead. A sheriff's deputy tried to go in and the conditions wouldn't permit it. And I called the coroner thinking, okay, maybe I can figure out the age or male, female, that sort of thing. And the coroner, sounding very rushed, said, I don't know. We haven't been let onto the scene to investigate yet.
Overall, 33 fire department members helped with the suppression and no first responders were hurt. I'll be back with more news right after this.
May is High Blood Pressure Education Month in Wyoming, as heart disease is our state's leading cause of death. Are you tough enough to know your numbers? Check out a blood pressure cuff kit provided by the University of Wyoming Center on Aging at your local library. Available in all 23 counties and 67 libraries. Don't be a statistic. Be tough enough to know your numbers. Learn more at uyo.edu/WYCOA.
The volatile Biscuit Basin in Yellowstone National Park is closed to the public for the summer tourism season as scientists continue to monitor the area after a thermal pool in the basin spectacularly exploded last July. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory is monitoring the area's potential for more unstable upheavals before allowing people to get up close and personal with Biscuit Basin again.
Since the hydrothermal explosion of Black Diamond Pool back in July 2024, there have been 2 observed explosions or eruptions in the pool between then and now. These other eruptions weren't as big, but they still sent mud and rocks 30 feet into the air. Until there's a good handle on what Black Diamond Pool is going to be doing in the future, Biscuit Basin's going to stay closed until they get the okay from geologists, and then the National Park Service can put the boardwalk back in.
Biscuit Basin has been closed since July 24th when Black Diamond Pool exploded. Because the thermal feature has continued showing erratic behavior since the explosion, a static webcam was installed so scientists can catch it in the act. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalizing.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence. Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe. I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday, May 29th. I almost wanted to say Friday. I really want to say Friday. National parks brace for a challenging peak season. Will visitors expect a different experience this summer? It's close, but trusted poll shows majority Americans believe the country is on the right track. Mountaineers cry foul on the use of xenon by some summiting Everest. Gold prices signal time to ramp up mining in Wyoming. Longtime Jackson Hole resident found dead in a cabin fire, and Yellowstone's Biscuit Basin will not open this summer. Authorities say it's still too unstable. All of Yellowstone's unstable. That's kind of the whole thing, man. I mean, it's not like Hawaii where you're going to pop off some lava spewing volcano shooting red ooze 1,000 feet in the air. Did you see that volcano go off in Hawaii?
No.
Dang, that thing's
When
like...
was that?
It's spewing. I think it was yesterday.
Oh.
JK in the room. That's Jen Coker.
I like
also,
the nickname.
we're going to go with all initials today, like they did back in the 1800s. Women weren't named at all. You were just Mrs. You belonged to, your husband. That's the name you got. And men, it was almost as if they didn't want to use their first names. They just used their initials. So GJ will be on right after JK. I'm JN.
This is going to get so confusing for you. I'm already worried.
No, I can handle it.
All right.
More coffee. That's all I need.
Okay. You'll have to throw in some pig Latin too, just to keep it interesting.
I never could do that. Some people can do that
either.
Like some people do it on the fly, like just spew it out.
I know.
I can't.
It's very alienating.
Yeah. Who are you to get all pig Latin with me? What do you think about
throw your language skills?
Do you think it's cheating when mountaineers use, for instance, oxygen? If you're going to climb Everest, now very few people have done it without the aid of oxygen tanks. But is oxygen cheating to climb Everest?
I don't see it that way.
Okay.
I think you need some aids. And I don't know enough about mountain climbing, but just even getting to that point seems to me that, I don't know, a little oxygen, it doesn't seem like cheating. Do you think so?
I think it should have an asterisk if you've summited Everest.
I'll go with that.
I mean, the challenge, I think it's kind of cheating. I don't think it's real. I think it should have an asterisk. You're a true mountaineer, a true climber. You've got to climb, which brings in the whole Sherpa and how much are you really doing to climb Everest. You got a Sherpa carrying your oxygen tanks. You got a Sherpa telling you what to do with your ropes and how to do everything. Is it really climbing at that point when you summit Everest anymore now today? And today's news is we hear mountaineers saying it's definitely cheating to use xenon in your oxygen, which is an agent that helps you acclimate to altitude faster. It's akin to, one mountaineer said, blood doping. He's like, that's not fair. It's not, it's cheating.
Yeah, I'll go with that. It's just like going on safari and coming home with a lion. Do not tell me you actually did any feat except have a lot of money to do it.
Safaring. Yeah. Well, if you do it like Papa, if you do it like Hemingway, he was kind of tough. But yeah, I know you
brought that up with the Sherpas carrying all your stuff.
Yeah.
I'm with you now. It is. And when you meet one of those old school free climbers who did it without the ropes.
Yeah.
I used to work with a guy like that. In his hands, he could squeeze a scale and it was like 200 pounds.
Oh, they have strong hands. Yeah.
They do. They do. And he was just like, these people climbing with ropes. I mean, forget it. Either go out and freestyle. And I was like, you did it without ropes or anything? And he's like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's real. How many people just do real things anymore anyway? You're a real journalist, and your story, by the way, that was first I saw this story anywhere, and now I'm seeing it being slowly picked up by other news sources. Your story about the scammers. Wyoming ranking 3rd, according to the FBI, in how often we're taken by scammers. I see that story popping up now. Finally, other news outlets are getting it, but Jen, you had it way back when.
I am way on the scams. In fact, I'm working on one right this very second.
No.
I almost missed my slot because I was deep in.
Yeah.
This is a real nefarious, very personal scam. And it involves and I shouldn't say scam because it's a legitimate company acting fraudulently. So I don't know what category that falls into, but basically they're called Elite Sports Promo, and they're pretending to sell ad space on behalf of East Cheyenne High School. So they're selling, ad space on banners and t-shirts. And I talked to the principal and he's like, we don't have a contract with these people.
Whoa.
And they went so far and so I called the sales rep and I said, are you guys really selling this legitimately? And he's like, yeah, we have a contract with this cheer coach. So I followed up and there's no such contract with that cheer coach, but they used her name. And this is what I mean. It's getting so personal.
And so brazen. Like they just, oh yeah, it's legit. You're like calling them on it and they still don't.
Yeah. And this poor guy, he's just the rep selling. He's like, I've worked here for a month. I'm like, do you realize your company is cheating? He's like, I don't plan to stay here.
All of a sudden he starts feeling the heat applied. He's like, I don't know these guys.
It's just a job.
Yeah. I haven't even collected my first check yet. I'm like,
he's like, this isn't my career. He was very apologetic. I kind of felt bad for him because he probably thinks that contract is legit.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. Almost as weird as this mysterious Sheridan Police Department. They're asking for help here. They've exhausted their resources trying to find Bo Galloway, 53-year-old. Bo would not leave his dogs to fend for themselves, and he would not go a day or two without even calling his daughter. He and his daughter have a special bond. So those two things alone are weird. Bo Galloway didn't disappear by his own making. It doesn't look like, or I don't know what I can make of it, but it doesn't seem right.
It's very mysterious. I'll give you that. And another thing I found out last night is he left without taking his cigarettes. He had a full pack. And apparently, if you're a smoker, you don't do that. And that was told to me by a smoker. So that in their mind was like, this is serious. But I will say that a new development has happened as of yesterday, and that is the Sheridan County Sheriff are going to take out cadaver dogs in this same area. And I know that because I'm I was going to go searching for him this Sunday with a group called WyoFind. And they called us off to say, hey, we need to go in there with cadaver dogs and we don't want you guys throwing off the scent.
Yeah.
So our search is not happening this weekend, but they are going in with cadaver dogs and they're going to search. There's an area, the place where he was staying backed up against the Big Goose River. So, and there's signs that he was in his backyard. For example, his cell phone was found in a hole in his backyard. And he had been apparently sleeping in a tent in his backyard, and that tent was missing also.
Yeah, there's so mmany weird things. Now, Bo Galloway, let's take you maybe as much as we can get into the mindset of him. This is a guy who, for the positive and why he wouldn't just disappear is the relationship with the daughter, Madeline. Those two were tight. The ex-wife said they're like two peas in a pod. The contact was pretty regular with her. His love of dogs, I think it was the ex-wife that also said, like, he would fight the devil himself over the dogs of the daughter. So, to just turn his back on both seems weird. The cell phone smashed and found in a hole, huh? Backpacks full of rocks. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. And I have to say that cell phone had been smashed a few days in advance. Ooh. So yeah, apparently he had thrown it out of a window of a moving car and his daughter was able to retrieve that phone. There may be some, I don't know. I will say it's out from everybody I've spoken to. He did not leave willingly. Either maybe there was a medical event, there was something nefarious, who knows? But his family is just adamant, including his daughter, that there's no way he is off somewhere just kind of taking a little vacation.
Yeah, because of the things he left behind, cell phone, cigarettes, and dogs. Like, this is the work of someone who doesn't intend to ever come back, ever, if he left by himself. Like, you just don't do that to your daughter, your dogs. You just intend, you're like, I'm not going to be back. Or somehow you're taken, the tent missing. He had been sleeping in a tent, maybe because of, and here's now where we get to the biggest clue. He had said, he had shared info to the family about, he felt like someone was coming for him. He felt unsafe. What was that about?
Yeah, and there's definitely he was suffering from paranoia, severe paranoia. And there is some addiction issues also. So I don't know how much they are connected, but he definitely felt like his life was in danger. And that was a big part of his whole persona leading up to his disappearance. And everything is speculation at this point because nobody can put these pieces together. But his ex-wife, who was very close with him still, thought that the rock signified to her that maybe he thought they were protection, like he was stockpiling stuff. It was all just very bizarre.
And he was a rock hound, but the rocks found in these backpacks were not anything special. I can't imagine he was stockpiling potential weapons of rocks.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
what is it? He's not Middle Eastern. I mean, where rocks are, that part just doesn't make sense. But if these are the clues, if you're an armchair detective or investigator, here are your clues. This is the guy who had been spending time in his tent in the yard because perhaps he feared of being, even in the house or the trailer or wherever he lived. And the tent's missing. The phone is in a hole, broken, and there's bags of rocks, backpacks full of rocks around the property. What does that mean in the game of Clue? I don't know. And we're coming 30 days now since he was last seen. April 30th, Bo Galloway, 53-year-old, last seen April 30th. Reported missing to the police May 5th, and Sheridan Police Department just about out of ideas other than this new late-breaking, Jen says, cadaver dog. So that's not a good sign, but maybe. I mean, what else do you do at this point? You're a month in.
Now you're a month in, and they are putting the resources on the ground And so the group WyoFind is kind of on hold. They're willing to go over whenever they're giving the green light. They only work 100% with police sign off. So if they don't have that, they're not going in until they're told it's okay.
And what would this search have been, Jen, that you were going to join in? Have they not done a full grid search before, or would this just be another one? Like there can't be too many.
My understanding from the family and police, well, I didn't get a confirmation from police, but my understanding from the family is there have been no searches. The two officers did come over with the family and searched his backyard at the property where he was staying, which was a rental. It was kind of like a shop rental. And so they did search that backyard, but to their knowledge, nobody has put feet on the ground along that riverbank. So the search, and I saw the maps for it, was about a 2-mile search along the Big Goose River on those banks. And the person in charge had procured permissions from the property owners to go back there. So it's my understanding that the sheriff are using that map. We'll see. I'll definitely keep you posted.
Now, does Galloway have a car, a bike, or a means of transportation?
Yeah, he had a vehicle, and that was still parked at the shop.
Yeah, you got to pound the ground. 2-3 mile radius. You got to pound the ground, and that's the cadaver dog. Dogs will help their ability to scent. I mean, if Galloway is incapacitated somehow on the grounds, the dogs will find it probably faster than humans. So I guess that's the way to go. But yeah, you got to search this.
Yeah, it's the way it's, you have to rule out possibilities because it's a humongous, how it's in Wyoming when these people go missing. It's like, where do you start? So this is a start. And it's an obvious start simply because he lived up against that river, and he was a rock hound. He was a landscaper by trade. So, he's a guy who would be along the river looking for rocks. I mean, he obviously was because he collected quite a few and put them in backpacks. So it's a good sign. He might have fallen in. Who knows? Could be anything.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it ends like it ended in Turkey. Did you hear about the missing man in Turkey who joined the search party for himself?
No.
Beyhan Mutlu had been drinking with friends and got, feeling a little good and wandered out into the wilderness, I guess, and heard people in the vicinity and said, "What's going on?" They said, "Well, we're looking for this guy." He's like, "Well, I'll help." For a while, the 50-year-old had stumbled upon a search party, looked for himself, and then he heard members of the search party saying, Beyhan, and he's like, "Hey, that's me." He said, "I am here."
No.
Yeah.
That is absolutely stellar.
So missing person in Turkey solved by himself. Yeah.
Well, I sincerely hope James Galloway gets into the search party and they find him. That would be amazing.
Sometimes you find yourself, metaphorically. Yeah.
That is really a story, Jake. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, it's great. And I double checked it. I snoped it. It's in the BBC. It's in a few places, so it's not just fake news. I hope.
I will check it out. That's a good one.
All right, JK.
All right, JN. Have a good one.
Have a good TH. That's Thursday. We'll see you next week.
Bye-bye.
Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily. We'll get to Greg Johnson right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
It's GJ in the room. Greg Johnson.
Yo, Dan.
I have this issue you probably can't help me with, but maybe. My coffee, I have a Mr. Coffee going, makes a pot of coffee. I put that on an hour and a half ago. It still isn't finished dripping the pot of coffee. It's gotten so slow because the pipes are so clogged with the water calcification. I don't know what water does, but the water here is, I think, really hard, meaning it has a lot of chemicals. And
or probably more minerals.
Minerals. Yeah. That's what I mean. And how do you clean that? Like, do I run a cycle of vinegar through it, or I don't know.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I don't know how many cycles you have to run so that your coffee doesn't taste like vinegar.
Right.
I don't know. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I don't.
Not a coffee drinker.
You could just grab the jar of Folgers Crystals and.
Yeah, I mean, I have a backup ready to go. This is how I am a part of the disposable American of today. When things, I just throw it out. Like, I don't know how to clean it. I expect Mr. Coffee to last a year and a half before this starts happening. The previous machine did the same thing. I threw it out. Got another one. I have now a backup ready to go. I bought it at Walmart like a year ago. It's ready. So I'll just swap it out. I'll throw this one away, I guess. Because I don't know how to fix it. No Americans know how to fix anything. We just throw it out.
I don't know. Well, and some of the, I think some of the intention I think some of them are designed not to last forever because they want you to buy another one.
Yeah, because one time I did get into it. Like I got into it with some tools and I was jimmying around, and it's made so cheaply that it kind of broke while I was, we lost the patient. I had it on the operating table. I'm doing, poking things in there, and it just broke. It disintegrated. I'm like, that's the end of that. How do you exist without coffee, Greg?
I have a morning 5-hour energy.
Huh.
I do 5-hour energy, 1 in the morning, and usually that's good enough. If I'm having a really rough day, like in the afternoon, I'll do another one. But I don't pound those things like a lot of people do.
Yeah. Yeah, because you want them. I mean, the more you drink, probably the least effective they start getting. Same with me, like the caffeine in the coffee. I drink a whole pot and it doesn't work no more. Well, good for you. So I have a wedding to DJ this Saturday. I cannot definitively say whether it's Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld's wedding due to NDAs, but it could be. Josh Allen's getting married this weekend, Saturday.
Yes. So he's getting married there?
I don't know where. Nobody knows. I mean, he might be. A lot of famous people have gotten married in Jackson Hole. But I would assume it would be in the Southern California area.
Yeah. Probably on the beach somewhere.
Yeah.
Where the proposal was. Well, see, I hadn't paid attention. I didn't even know he was getting married this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's this weekend or next weekend, everyone says, because that's when they both have a break in their schedule. She's busy with HBO's Sinners, Haley Steinfeld, which is a big breakout hit. He's busy with football a little bit, although he just finished up the OTAs. So he's got a little bit of a break. She's got a break. It's this weekend or next, everybody is saying. And then Deion Dawkins, his offensive lineman, kind of let it slip that it's May 31st. So, yeah.
There's a lot of stuff I don't pay attention to. And like a lot of that, I don't know if it's considered pop culture stuff, but like, I don't care who wears what dress to some event.
Yeah.
Or, who's wearing what shoes. I mean, I'm sure people do, otherwise they wouldn't keep reporting it. But so and so's getting married. Well, so I don't know him. So what do I care? So I just don't pay attention to some of that really gossipy.
I don't either, and a lot of it's so lost on me when I see a headline that's meant to be provocative. You and I both know, in the biz, you write a headline that's borderline clickbait. You want people to say, "Oh, what's that?" and be inquisitive and click. And I see a headline that's totally lost on me, like so-and-so claps back at so-and-so's denunciation of their behavior behind the scenes at the AMAs. And I don't know either of the party. I don't know the incident they're talking about. I'm like, I missed it. So maybe you're not involved in the other story of the NFL. Former Bills receiver Stephon Diggs caught in a video passing out.
I have seen that. Well, he's not the first NFL player getting caught on a boat doing so. I don't know what was Odell Beckham Jr. on that boat with him too, or something.
I don't know.
Yeah, not a good look when you're just going to a new team.
Yeah, he's just joining the New England Patriots. He did not show up to the voluntary mini camp that they had. Now, you don't have to show up, especially if you're a veteran like him. Veteran of the game. But yes, a video surfaced of him and potentially drugs and, things you do on a boat. What's that? I want to play that song. I'm on a boat.
It was the Dippin' Sticks from the 70s. That's what it was.
Well, the official statement from Stephon Diggs is, You know, the NFL is just getting soft. Now we're playing flag football for the All-Star game, and you can't even pass out Coke to your hose on a boat no more without getting in trouble.
He said that, did he?
No. He's just disgusted with the whole thing.
Yeah, no, not a good look. You got to know, man.
Yeah.
There are cameras and stuff everywhere. And even if you're not an NFL player or whatever, it's not like not being careful, getting caught doing it. Just don't do that stuff, man.
Yeah.
I mean, just don't do it.
Yeah, he's always lived a life that he believes himself to be above everything, above his quarterback, above the team. It's Stephon Diggs, and it's a reason why he's bounced around a little bit in different teams. Okay, so the question of the day, Greg, is it cheating to climb Everest using xenon gas?
I think it kind of is. I think it's like juicing.
I do too.
You know?
Yeah.
I think it's like juicing. It's you know, it doesn't. I think the advantage it gives people is that it acclimatizes them to the altitude faster.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it makes them any more able to climb. So, like, if they were there longer, you know, they would still do it. But yeah, that they could do with this gas, they can do these record ascents, like get up there in 4 days. Yeah, I think it's cheating. I mean, it's like taking you know, be like taking some amphetamines or something before you go out and play a game.
Yeah.
And I'm glad this wasn't in the news a while ago because you know, Bill Belichick would have had his team on xenon for the week before coming to Mile High Stadium.
Oh,
the Broncos at altitude.
Good idea. Yeah. Probably. Xenon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I think it's. I don't think it's cheating, but I don't know. I don't think that you should put it. I don't think it should be a record that, you know, that you have the record for the fastest ascent when you had to take that gas to do it. Kind of like
yeah. Perfectly acceptable.
Get into all the things about Barry Bonds and
oh yeah,
with the home run records. But
yeah, I mean, there's a reason why on your keyboard there's a symbol called the asterisk, and I think you got to use it here. This British climbing team summited Everest in 4 days, claiming record speed, but it was found they did use xenon mixed in with their oxygen. Xenon gas is can help you acclimatize to low oxygen level places like high altitude. Many in the climbing field, the climbing industries cry foul, saying that's cheating. That's akin to blood doping. And then, you know, you can take it even further. Oxygen, the use of oxygen climbing Everest. There's been a select few, I think there's 29 have climbed it without oxygen. But I think you got to separate those as well.
Well, yeah. And I mean, you think about it, I mean, all those Sherpas who take them up there, they don't use the oxygen.
Right.
I mean, they're the real champion climbers.
They totally are. Yep.
It's like the guys, you know, where you see the National Geographic film of people doing the climb. Well, you know, there's a guy above him who did it with a camera.
Yeah, with the I sometimes remember that when I'm watching a documentary, you know, watching a guy do some crazy stuff, and I'm like, you know what? Somebody's doing all the things this dude is doing and toting a big old camera. Yeah, good point. Sherpas do this without the aid of oxygen. Sherpas do it, you know, they take one trip, come back down, take another trip. And Sherpas also have the wherewithal to tell you, hey, don't step there. The last guy to do that is never made it back. Yeah.
They're just now finding his foot.
Yeah. That's not funny.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I think maybe we should send some xenon gas to the Rockies. Maybe that's what they're needing.
They're high elevation. That's too. Yeah, that could be it. It could be it. Rockies are
hurt at this point.
Rockies suffering from low oxygen levels.
Yeah, the Rockies watch. We got. I was looking at this stat. By May 9th last year, it's May 29th now. By May 9th last year, the White Sox, which set the modern day record for losses, they had won their 10th game of the season. It's now May 29th, 20 days later, and the Rockies still don't have their 10th win.
Yeah. They're doing everything they can to erase the Whites, and White Sox probably happy that they'll have to live with that for just 1 year. And the Rockies will claim the trophy for worst team.
Yeah. The worst offense and the worst pitching.
Well, again, being a pitcher at elevation is not fun. The way the ball travels, can't blame those pitchers. I mean, you see what should be a fly ball in the infield, and all of a sudden it's over the fence. Like, it's tough. A couple stories regarding national parks. Yellowstone, I thought they were related, but they're not. There's some speculation that on the worst of things, Yellowstone, for instance, national park could see a significant degradation in service. Like a noticeable summer experience at your national park will be like, whoa, dirty bathrooms, garbage overflowing, crowded because of employee cuts and layoffs, stuff like that. Is that, at the worst, we could see that. Others are saying, it's going to be business as usual at the national parks. And then we see Yellowstone's Biscuit Basin will not open this summer. And I was trying to put the two stories together, like, they don't have the staff to open the Biscuit Basin, but that's an unrelated issue.
Yeah, unrelated. Well, what the story is with the parks is there seems to be this tendency for people to I think they're exaggerating that everything is the fault of Doge. So because of Doge, it's gonna just be a hoarder's paradise out there. Nobody's gonna have clean bathrooms or anything. And so they're doing a story in California on how that's going to be the case. However, like a Yellowstone and Grand Teton, they're at the same staffing levels they were at last year. So there's no reason to think that's going to happen. And we have the former, head of the agency saying, that's hyperbole. It's the sky is falling type of talk. Who knows later on, although it's the same cycle that you hit every year, later on as all the college kids start going back and, you lose some of your seasonal workers, but that happens every year too. So who knows how much truth is in it? You'll just have to know when you show up and see if you got dirty bathrooms or not. But
yeah,
my guess is at least in the Wyoming ones, because they're as staffed as they have been. It's not going to be a problem.
Yeah, both Grand Teton and Yellowstone Supers said we're at the same level of staffing we were last year. No change. Also, I tend to believe both sides of the story. The hyperbole of dirty bathrooms, long lines, heavy traffic, and the idea of business as usual. If you've been to Yellowstone in July, whether it's staffing or not, there's long lines, like dirty bath. I mean, that's Yellowstone on any given day. I don't think it has to do with the staffing. It's just a lot of people descend on that park.
Well, at least they won't have to deal with the owls in the toilets. So
that's true. The Teton Raptor Center, they've had that project going for many years. The porta potty, the poo deal. I didn't know. Yeah, owls like to get into the bathrooms.
Yeah, I got something on my mind.
Yeah.
It is okay. So why is it that everybody loses their mind about crappy drivers, but are totally unwilling to admit when they're the crappy driver?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else is crap. They don't know how to drive. They can't do it. Yet you're the perfect driver. You never make a mistake. You never cut someone off without realizing it. It's I don't know. I was thinking about this overnight when I was waking up. I must have had some kind of a dream about crappy drivers, but every little thing people do, they just get upset. Like if they see someone who's not parked perfectly, and so they're posting photos of it and telling people to do better and putting cards on their windshields about how crappy a driver they are. And I'm like, well, there are crappy drivers out there, but you won't admit when you're the one. So
I think
why is that? Why?
Yeah,
will you admit if you're the bad driver?
No one does. I think it bears study. I think it is one of the few universal truths left. When you look about things that we can all agree on, we can all agree that we are the greatest drivers and everybody else stinks. But that math doesn't math that way. Who is it? Who is, you're right. And I wonder why. There's some deep sociological thing at work, and it bears study. I think scientists should get on that right away.
Probably the people with with the most traffic tickets too, who claim they're the best drivers.
I don't know. It can't all be women and Chinese. Somebody else is a bad driver. Of course, I'm stereotyping. But yeah, I'm the greatest driver. And everybody else, I'm looking at them and I'm like, look at this idiot. We're all like that. All of us do that. All of us do it.
I once wrote a column making the case for how I should be the only person allowed to drive. That was a long time ago, but now I'm like, everybody feels that way.
I know.
Everybody thinks that they're perfect, and even when you're wrong, say you cut someone off, and then you're yelling at them because you cut them off.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, believe me. I think I'm the greatest driver. And then I take a trip without my wife and I'm like, how do I know when to brake and where to turn without her there to yell at me and like that? Yeah, I know. I'm the greatest driver. You're the greatest driver, Greg. And all the other idiots better pick up their driving abilities. Come on. We got to take a break here for you to think about your driving. What are you doing today? You want to pound another Red Bull and stay with us?
Sure.
All right. Excellent. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Wyoming delegation cheering a poll that shows 50% of Americans, that's the majority because the other vote was 45%. 50% of Americans believe the U.S. is on the right track. Hageman, Barrasso, Lummis all said, told you so. And they like it. It's a Rasmussen report, a trusted poll. 50% of Americans say, yeah, we're on the right track. 45% said we aren't. Presumably 5% didn't know, didn't care, didn't vote, or were waiting to see what the track looks like.
Yeah, it fluctuates. Polls, but right track, approval ratings. I mean, they always fluctuate by what's going on at the particular time. Who knows? Next week, if gas prices go up, maybe fewer people say we're on the right track.
Yeah,
It's always subjective, but it's interesting to pay attention if you do. And it's a lot different saying we're on the right track than saying giving a person an approval rating.
Yeah, that's true. There's optimism. That's what the poll claims to measure is optimism, country headed in the right direction, things like that. This Rasmussen report began in 2006, and this is the first time ever there's been such majority optimism, encouraging. That's what Wyoming reps believe, including Hageman, Senators Barrasso and Lummis. They're encouraged by it and say that that's proof that the mandate given is in effect by President Trump, by Trump too. What else is happening in the news?
Well, I'm seeing Cheyenne. Oh, well, Cheyenne police are saying they don't see these things pop up often, but local business caught someone had put one of those card skimmers on their credit card machines at a local business here. So that makes me feel real good.
Yeah,
going around Cheyenne.
I heard.
Wonder what business it was. That's what they should do. They should tell you what business it was, not to blast the business, but so that people know if they've used their card there that they have alert their card company.
I could say it. I mean, that's the theory is we need to know so we can look back and see if we were there. But what it's going to, in reality, it'll be forward looking, and I'm going to avoid this business now. That's how it'll work.
I mean, I don't want to hurt the business. It's not the
Yeah.
business's fault. It's somebody, I
Right.
mean, there's a bunch of victim in it as well. But it, people should know if should be able to know. I mean, it's like saying, well, we caught a predator, a child predator at one of the elementary schools today.
Yeah. Which
We don't want
one?
to bash the elementary school by saying which one, and of course
Yeah.
parents will be like, well, tell us which one. We want to know.
Yeah.
It's not exactly like that, but
I see what you're saying.
But it is. I mean, if I go around, because I use my card around, I would want to know if I was at that spot. Not to anything against the business, but so that I can alert my credit card company, hey, be on the lookout.
I would imagine the internal investigation includes that, like your banking institution will be in touch. Somebody will be in touch. Like, I'm sure on the down low that'll get figured out. Normally, you see these card skimming things put in, these devices put in at like a gas pump somewhere where you can do it, and you're not. Otherwise, like if it's on the counter of a, on the cash out, how can you do that? How can at a gas?
Well, they do it because it's just like another faceplate. They just stick it up over,
like real fast. Like you can do it quick, and nobody would even notice you're doing it, putting it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's weird. Yeah, Cheyenne. Somewhere in Cheyenne. Be careful what you're doing with your debit and credit card.
Right now, I'll just blame it was someone from Colorado who came up and did it.
Probably those Front Range hippies.
Yeah.
Trying to rip us off.
The Front Range hippies.
Somebody who got arrested for having a joint in Wyoming because they didn't know that we don't do that here. Maybe. What else is going on other than weird sexual crimes? There's child porn charges going on for a Cheyenne man. I'm disgusted, Josh Keller. And there's the dude that was supposedly having relations with he's a band instructor. He's also a DJ, by the way. And he's played like a bunch of proms, which is kind of creepy and cringy. And now he's facing a second perhaps charge. This Wheatland band teacher, accused of multiple child sex crimes, 16-year-olds that he probably taught. Weird.
Yeah, that's what the prosecutor says. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like stuff like that. Gold's worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
We should invest in some gold or something.
It's turning out good for that CK Gold project near Cheyenne.
Yeah.
They're getting close on their permitting stuff, so once they get all that done, they're going to need more investment to build out the infrastructure and stuff. But with gold being so high, that's going to make that a lot easier to get the investors, because their investors are greedy. I'll just say it. That's why they invest.
Right. They expect a return. They need that ROI. CK Gold Project is looking to turn copper into gold, almost literally. This is an old copper mine in a Silver Crown mining district. And they say this old copper mine, they say there's gold in them there, copper as well.
Yeah.
And it's near the ghost town of Hekla. Sorry. Where did that used to be? I have no idea. Hekla.
Well, it's west of Cheyenne.
Okay. I'm going to look for that. There's probably a map of old ghost towns in Wyoming. I'm sure there is. I'm going to look for Hekla. But Hekla is going to be back on the map. At one time, had about 800 people or so back in the heyday of copper mining. And now it's going to be a gold mine. Turning copper into gold. CK Gold Project. Gold's worth stuff now.
It is. Well, and the techniques today, allow them to go and try to get it when maybe they couldn't.
Yeah, that's what they pointed out. They said, the mining tech of the old days, they would walk away from mines once it became not as lucrative. And now with new techniques, you go back to those same old mines and suddenly it's viable again. All right, Greg, have a super Thursday.
I will. I'll go out and drive like a champ.
Yeah, only you know how to drive.
That's right.
Best driver in America, Greg Johnson.
That's right.
GJ.
That's for you, Jake.
Everybody stay out of his way. Yeah, me and Greg know how to drive. The rest of you goofballs are to pull it together. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Thursday, top of the hour news break for many of our affiliates. See you on the other side.
I do not have guns at home.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The Cheyenne 21-year-old charged with shooting a 16-year-old Casper teen initially told a Natrona County Sheriff's Office investigator that he tripped while playing a game, discharging the gun in a one-in-a-million fluke kind of thing that shot the boy in the head. But Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the arrest affidavit for Sebastian Belden tells a different story.
He initially told police that they were just playing a game and that he had his handgun in his hand and tripped and it went off. But when they interviewed his fiancée and two minors that were there, they were told that he told them not to tell the police what actually happened. It appears that during the day, they both were playing a game where he would pull out his pistol and point it at the teen's head. And then at some point around 7 o'clock that night, when he pulled it out and pointed at his head, it went off.
Belden appeared in Casper Circuit Court Tuesday facing 2 charges of aggravated assault and battery stemming from the Mother's Day shooting that sent the teen first to Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for treatment and then to Children's Hospital, Colorado for extended care. While Flaming Gorge Reservoir might be the place anglers think to go for kokanee salmon in Wyoming, the Pathfinder Reservoir to Miracle Mile stretch along the North Platte River is a lesser-known salmon fishery. The hitch is, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines, that anglers who catch them in the river during spawning runs won't be rewarded with a tasty meal.
If you're going to catch them during their spawning runs, the game and fish guy I talked to said use brightly colored lures. You're not trying to elicit a food response from them because they're not really eating at that point. You're trying to elicit what he said is an aggressive strike, so something flashy and colorful. Be prepared if you catch them while they're making those spawning runs, they're probably not going to be very good. He said they're essentially dying. He described them as soft and mushy at that point. So if you want to get good eating salmon, catch them this time of year in deep water in the reservoir.
The spawning runs typically last from August until October. A former Wheatland band teacher accused of multiple child sex crimes with a teenage girl is expected to be charged with another criminal case involving a second alleged victim. The Platte County Deputy Attorney told the court during a Wednesday bond reduction hearing that she intends to file a second case against 34-year-old Evan Bradley. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Bradley remains in jail while the Platte County Attorney's Office prosecutes him on 19 felony-level sex counts that accuse him of committing sex acts against a girl under the age of 16.
He had a bond hearing on Wednesday where he asked the judge, can't you loosen up this bond? His attorney said he has no criminal history. He has ties to the community. He has a job. Bond isn't supposed to punish a guy. It's just supposed to make sure he shows up for court and the community is safe. The prosecutor, during the course of all this, said, well, I'm filing another case against him. Watch out for that.
The judge refused to reduce the bond amount that's keeping Bradley in jail, but the judge did extend to the man the option to work with a surety bond company if one is willing. I'll be back with more news right after this.
May is High Blood Pressure Education Month in Wyoming, as heart disease is our state's leading cause of death. Are you tough enough to know your numbers? Check out a blood pressure cuff kit provided by the University of Wyoming Center on Aging at your local library. Available in all 23 counties and 67 libraries. Don't be a statistic. Be tough enough to know your numbers. Learn more at uyo.edu/WYCOA.
Some of Wyoming's most accomplished mountain climbers are split on whether using xenon gas to quickly acclimatize to high altitudes is the future of mountaineering or a performance-enhancing drug for the ultra-wealthy. The debate is reaching a fever pitch in the mountaineering community, with British mountaineers summiting Mount Everest in 4 days last week. To accomplish this feat, Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that they carried that secret weapon.
Xenon gas is believed to increase the body's resistance to low oxygen environments. Speaking to Wyoming mountaineers who have climbed Everest, the response is mixed. On the one hand, it's a life-saving measure. If it's a means of getting up to these summits quicker and safer, it's a great thing. On the other hand, it's been called a performance-enhancing drug.
Now that xenon as a mountaineering tool has been thrust into the international spotlight, the discourse is more intense than ever. Climbers in Wyoming may be on opposite sides of the debate, but their conclusion is the same. There will be more and more people climbing Everest. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I get clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I am more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. It's National Paperclip Day. Even a paperclip gets its own day. Paperclips are going to be one of those artifacts that maybe the next generation, kids that are about to be born, it'll be one of those things where you show them a paper clip and have them guess the use of it. Remember that there used to be a game show that did that, where you would produce this old tool. Every once in a while you'll see a meme or a meme on the socials. It'll show like a fence post pounder, and it'll say, if you've used one of these, then you just might be a blank, rancher. Or what is the purpose of this tool? Guess. And some people are, befuddled by tools that are kind of still in use, but barely. Like a fence post pounder, a fence stretcher. I'm thinking of all like ranch things, but pretty soon, the paper clip, if you show a photo of it to the next generation, whatever that's going to be. What generation are we in now, Gen Z?
I don't know, but I use paper clips every day.
Yeah, you use paper clips, but that day is fast going away. There's going to be no more Xerox machines. We're not going to make paper copies of anything. All the kids, no books. The kids will be on their tablets. The chalkboard. You show a piece of chalk and a chalkboard, nobody's going to know what that is anymore. Paperclip, it's National Paperclip Day today. But in 20 years, there won't be a kid in class that is going to know what a paperclip is. You'll show them a picture of this thing. Here's a paperclip. What is it, kids? Can you guess what it was used for and what it's called? Nobody will know. It'll be obsolete. What was I going to look up? I was going to Google something, and it was not a paperclip. Oh, yeah, the old show where what's the game show? Text me if you know. 307 999 talk 307 999 talk 307 999 8255. Text me if you remember that TV game show where they had an old artifact and 3 different celebrity guests would tell you what it was, and 2 would be a lie and 1 would be the truth, and the contestant would have to figure out who was telling the truth. And and if presumably no one knew what this thing was, game show where I don't even know how to search it. Game show where celebrities. Oh man. Does anybody remember the show? A game show where you had to guess the artifact. I call them an artifact, but yeah. What in the world? Is that the name of it? 1951 to 1965. No, yeah, that had to be too early for me. Can you guess these artifacts? Game show. Well, I remember Liars Club. Maybe that was it. Oh yeah, it might have been Liars Club. American game show featuring a panel of celebrity guests who offered explanations of obscure or unusual objects. That was it. Liars Club. 1969, 1970. Rod Serling, of course, the guy behind Twilight Zone, was the host. 69, 70. It returned for a 3-season run, 1976 to 1979. That's probably when I remember it being on. And you would have some kind of Betty White was a popular panelist. Remember Betty White? Is she still alive? No. She died in 2021 at 99 years old. Yeah, Betty White was a panelist. Guess who else was a celebrity panelist? These are the panelists that would... you would have this thing. They passed whatever it was. They would take a paper clip. Let's say it's a paper clip, and they would put it on the desk of Betty White, and she'd say, "Well, this was used as a," and she would tell a lie about it, and then they bring it to the next guy. And David Letterman was one of the celebrity panelists, obviously long before anybody knew who David Letterman was. And then one person would have the real story of what a paperclip. This was used to hold papers together. And then the guest had to guess who was right. Anyway, National Paperclip Day highlights an artifact of tomorrow. 20 years, nobody will know what a paperclip is or why it was ever used, why it was invented. It barely hangs on today. I mean, we do have a stapler. Story from Mark Hines, who will join us later in the show. Is it crisis or hyperbole how national parks will fare this summer? Some say it's going to be the summer of our discontent. When visiting a national park, there's going to be nobody there to take your gate fee. Thank goodness. Wouldn't that be nice, right? Park Service, no matter how short-staffed they are, they'll have somebody at the entrance gate taking your money. That's for sure. Maybe not enough of them. Maybe instead of 3 lanes being open, there'll only be 2 or 1, creating long lines. That's, again, this is par for the course. I mean, if you've visited Yellowstone in July, what's the difference between last year and this year, or 2 years ago and this year? Anything pre and post COVID, not during COVID, visitation to a national park, they're slammed, especially after COVID. We were all trying to get outside and visit a national park. Visitation has been up in like every national park. Definitely Yellowstone sees nearly 5 million visitors a year, all on the same day, July 3rd, it seems. And yeah, you can't keep up with even the toilet paper and emptying the garbage. That's like every day in Yellowstone in peak visitation. So to say that these are the terrible things that are going to happen because of understaffing, these are the terrible things that are going to happen because of over visitation. Mark Hines talks about it with Wendy Core.
Some retired and current National Park Service officials claim federal cuts will cause chaos in the parks this summer. However, others, including the person who used to oversee the National Park Service, say that the parks will be just fine. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to Teton County resident Rob Wallace, who was Assistant Secretary of the Interior during the first administration of President Donald Trump. Wallace said things apparently went smoothly at Grand Teton and Yellowstone over Memorial Day weekend, which traditionally kicks off the ramp up to peak summer season.
With everything going on with the federal cuts, staffing cuts, and budget cuts to the Park Service and other federal agencies, there's been some concern. There's a coalition of retired Park Service officials who've put out a warning from their perspective that this could be a pretty bad, even terrible season for visitors in national parks across the country because services could be down. They said you could run into things like long lines, filthy restrooms, garbage not being emptied, things like that. Apparently, we haven't seen that, at least not yet, in Yellowstone and Grand Teton.
The parks rely heavily on seasonal employees to provide many of the basic services to visitors. And so far, that seems to be working. But as the season wears on, some of the seasonal staff will likely start to leave, particularly students who must get back to college. That will put more pressure on the full-time employees at a time when the parks are still very busy.
Yeah, and that's always been the case. I mean, that's nothing new. With college, your temporary staff, your 90-day wonders on J-1 visas, they have a limited amount of time and they're gone. Your college help goes when they have to go back to college, but it usually coincides with reduced visitation for the most part. There's some iffy weeks there towards the end of September where visitation's still high and you're losing your staff, but that's always happened. And I don't know if cuts are going to affect particularly Grand Teton or Yellowstone. Both the superintendents, Cam Shawley, the Yellowstone superintendent, said, we're staffed up. We're staffed up, same as we were last year. We have not been affected by cuts to the degree that we should be worried. Other parks, I don't know. Maybe this coalition of ex-park dudes, National Park Service officials, all retired, are spreading the gloom and doom. But Mark Hines talked to Rob Wallace, he's a retired National Park Service head of all those guys. He should know. He oversaw both U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the National Park Service, Wallace did, as Assistant Secretary of the Interior. And Rob Wallace said, I think there's some hyperbole involved, particularly in the doom-laden statements coming from a group of retired National Park Service officials. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think it'll be gloom and doom. The visitation is high at our national parks. I think many of them, most of them, experiencing record-setting numbers, which strains everybody. And maybe there needs to be more staffing, but there probably isn't going to be less at Yellowstone and Grand Teton at any rate. Wallace points to a smooth Memorial Day weekend, but we're not in peak season yet, says Senator Mike Giroux. He's a state senator from Jackson. Giroux said, well, let's wait till that period between the 4th of July and Labor Day. Giroux said that's when the park cooks. We might see negative effects there due to federal cuts manifest themselves, said Giroux, between February. I think we'll see a strain on the parks, yes, but I think it'll be the normal every year strain of trying to host nearly 5 million visitors a year in Yellowstone. I think that's to be expected, whether you're staffed up or not. That's just a lot of people. Let's get to the day weather forecast. Don Day joins the discussion. Don Day, first thing we got to talk about, obviously, the Saharan dust. Don.
Okay.
The Sahara, a desert that we keep over there in, where is it? Africa?
Yeah.
Dust is blowing off it, and we're in a dust storm all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, and it's coming to the U.S. Dust storm from the Saharan.
Yeah, the Saharan dust storms happen every year. Okay. Nothing unusual. The trade winds will take the dust from Africa and move it westward. Now, sometimes the dust storms are bigger than others. The Sahara dust storms actually play a role in hurricane activity as low pressure waves develop off the coast of Africa and migrate westward. So yes, I can see it on the satellite imagery. The satellite imagery, it's kind of dirty in places. Yes.
So there is truth to my wild speculations when I say the Saharan dust storm is coming all the way to the U.S. Don Day says yes. Same as last year and the year before.
Yeah, it's Saharan dust. Yeah, nothing unusual. Nothing. I mean, it's interesting and sometimes it's quite intense, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. But it's all part of the equation, the natural scheme of things.
Don, you never let me be sensational when it comes to the weather. And I'm going to try again here. How about this one? How does this news affect weather? Scientists say the Earth's spin is slowing by 0.0018 seconds. And it could affect weather. Way back in like billions of years ago, a single day on Earth lasted 6 hours. That's how fast the Earth spun. Now it's slowing down, and we have 24-hour days. 1.8 milliseconds per century. The Earth is slowing its spin. What does that do to your weather forecasting? Everything's thrown into chaos.
Well, now I know why weather forecasts go wrong now. That stupid spin that's screwing me up. Well, a millisecond isn't going to amount to much. It's kind of like the frog in the pot. This is a slow process.
Right. Well, last we checked with you yesterday, you were cooking up a really nice weekend for us. The Memorial Day weekend we wish we had. Looks good. But then beyond that, let's not look at it. What's happening?
Yeah, early next week, we do have a pretty strong cold front coming, but I'd call it a typical June system. A lot of times in early June, we'll get these. They tend to be really good rain producers, so it could bring some good rain again to parts of Wyoming. But it will cool us off. But it's going to wait till Monday and Tuesday. So we are going to be able to have a nice weekend. And the weather starting today is really going to be quite nice, especially in the north, in the central, and the west, and the statewide for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday look fantastic everywhere, all over Wyoming. After that, it might be back to work Monday, ho-hum, but perfectly timed, Don. I like the way you did that. Have you been out and about, seen the state right now? So green.
Unfortunately, I've not been able to get out much, but I'm seeing lots of pictures of how green and lush it is, especially up north, and tall grass and just beautiful landscapes. I mean, the green on the foothills and the plains up against the snow still covering the mountains is quite the sight. It is really quite pretty.
We got hustling creeks and green prairie. Man, Wyoming is showing off right now. Thanks.
The hills are alive with the sound of music.
We don't care how fast the earth is spinning. We're in Wyoming in our own universe, and it looks beautiful thanks to this guy, Don Day. Day weather forecast. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast. Man, we got a real nice weekend. We like that. Let's take a quick break. We'll come right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Wyoming has a new interim attorney general. Governor Gordon announced earlier this week that starting yesterday was his first day on the job, I think. Ryan Shellhouse was tabbed by the governor as the interim AG, and he began work yesterday. This is following the departure of AG Bridget Hill, who Gordon named to serve on the state Supreme Court. So a little shuffling of lawyers and justices, and Yeah, welcome to the fold, Ryan. Don't know a lot about him. He was a civil litigator at Hearst Applegate in Cheyenne before joining the Wyoming Attorney General's office in 2003. So he's already been with the AG office, serving as both the deputy and section supervisor. So he's just been kicked up the ladder. That's good. I like when we promote from within, because you would assume nobody knows the gig better than somebody who's been doing it or been in the machine. Ryan Schellhaus appointed interim attorney general. So Wyoming has a new AG to take over for Bridget Hill, who I think did a great job. The attorney general is just so often dealing with lawsuits, both filing them and defending the state against them. Just lawsuit. Not a job I would want to have. There are some job openings in the Secret Service, particularly the agents assigned to guard former President Barack Obama, because two of the uniformed officers who had that gig until recently were reportedly caught on camera fighting each other. One of them saying during the brawl, one federal officer allegedly grabbed her radio and threatened to whoop this girl's ass. This is the behavior of I would assume, your tax money, your tax dollar going to pay the salary of these two Secret Service agents assigned to President Obama. They were outside his home, and granted, it's got to be long hours with that same person. So you better get along. It's like, it's like cops, two police officers on a stakeout, or two guys, you better have a decent relationship with your partner in law enforcement, because you spend long hours. That's your home away from home. That's your family away from your family. That's your work family. For a lot of police officers who spend all day, probably longer than an 8-hour shift, together. And these two Secret Service officers, both female, probably, got to a point where that was just too long in the car, man. You try taking a long road trip with somebody and you'll find out whether you get along or not. It was Real Clear Politics reporter Susan Crabtree who broke the story, who published the video and audio files to X, writing that the fisticuffs happened outside Obama's Washington, D.C. home, about 2 miles northwest of the White House. And one of the Secret Service agents keyed the radio and said, quote, "I need a supervisor out here immediately before I whoop this girl's ass." Oh, man. This is your Secret Service. I always pictured the Secret Service agents, with the whole earpiece in their ear. Usually men, but sometimes women. They're smartly dressed and they're so professional. Like they hardly ever break radio silence. They hardly ever show emotion, display emotion. They're serious about their job. 99% of the Secret Service agents, I'm sure, are of this mold that you picture. But in this case, this is just two women that were too long together and apparently got into it outside Obama's home. Yeah, we're going to need two different Secret Service agents on this job. No report of what is the disposition of those agents, but I can imagine there are two new openings in the old Secret Service department. Claire McFarland had this story breaking news overnight, and she has since updated it now with a deceased man's identity. Unfortunately, Teton County, we go to Jackson Hole. Teton County Communications Center received the 911 call about 2:13 in the morning on Wednesday with the report that there was a cabin off Sagebrush Drive that had caught fire. By the time emergency responders got there, including Jackson Hole Fire, Emergency Medical Services, there was also help from the Grand Teton National Park and their fire engines. Jackson Hole Fire Engine number 11 arrived, started fire suppression, but all of it was not enough to save the cabin's lone occupant. I don't know if it was known at the time of the blaze there was someone in there, but by the time that became known, firefighters just could not gain entry. It was too much. Fire responders, according to Brian Coe, who is the Jackson Hole Fire Deputy Chief of Operations, Brian Coe said first responders worked valiantly to save a life. With the reports the cabin was occupied, we're thankful there were no additional injuries, and we grieve the loss with the family and the community. The loss is Raleigh Kenori. And he is if you in the Jackson Hole area, you know he's a longtime member of the Kenori family. They are like 5 generations of Kenori. They've been here a long time. Raleigh, just 28 years old, graduate of Jackson Hole High School. Official cause and manner of death will be released after an investigation, but Teton County Coroner Brent Blue, who originally told Claire McFarland, told the Cowboy State Daily that he had not even had access to the cabin yet because, I mean, it was a blaze and it was still smoldering. He couldn't even get on scene when first contacted, has since been on scene, has recovered the body, and he did confirm Raleigh Kenori, 28-year-old of Jackson. So, yeah, sad news. Thankfully, no other reports of injury, nothing else. Good Samaritan mission brought food and drinks to emergency responders. It must have been one heck of a blaze that they battled to get under control. Claire McFarland has more on the story. And keep in mind, since she appeared in this segment and gave audio, we did learn of the victims. So at this time, when she gave the audio and gave the interview for Wendy Core, I don't think she did know. Here's Claire with more.
The lone occupant of a cabin in Teton County was found dead early Wednesday morning after the cabin caught fire. A 911 call came into the Teton County Communications Center at 2:13 a.m. Wednesday reporting the fire, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that it wasn't until later that someone reported that the cabin was occupied.
Terse details so far. The fire department reporting there was a person inside, person was found dead. A sheriff's deputy tried to go in and the conditions wouldn't permit it. And I called the coroner thinking, okay, maybe I can figure out the age or male, female, that sort of thing. And the coroner, sounding very rushed, said, I don't know. We haven't been let onto the scene to investigate yet.
Overall, 33 fire department members helped with the suppression and no first responders were hurt.
Yeah, tough news, sad news. In Jackson, Raleigh Kenori, 28-year-old, was the man found deceased in that cabin fire early yesterday morning, which would be, kind of Tuesday night, some point that fire started. Other stories we're looking at today include another story from Mark Hines, who will be with us soon in the show to talk more about it. But he mentions the Miracle Mile of fishing in Wyoming is the North Platte River in central Wyoming, prized as a trout fishery. I just drove by the North Platte, and it was a great reminder. That river's running great right now. What a beautiful ribbon of water that is. The North Platte River, prized for its trout fishing, and there's a section of it called the Miracle Mile where, to catch a trout in the North Platte, that's an experience. Mark Hines talks about the spawning kokanee salmon that can also be caught there, but does talk to a few fish experts who say, well, you can catch them, but you might not want to eat them. If they're spawning, and Flaming Gorge Reservoir might be the place anglers think to go for kokanee salmon, and that's a good idea. The Pathfinder Reservoir, all the way to the Miracle Mile stretch along the North Platte, is a lesser-known salmon fishery, but also you can catch some salmon there from the Pathfinder to Miracle Mile. If your intent is trout, yeah, there's trout. But if you're looking for salmon, you can do that too. The one hitch is anglers who catch them during spawning runs probably don't want to eat them. Matt Hahn talked about it. He's the Casper Regional Fisheries Supervisor for Wyoming Game and Fish. And he said once these salmon start running up the river that far where you catch them on the Miracle Mile, that means they're spawning and they can get kind of mushy and soft. He said basically at that point they're dying. Their bodies are breaking down and they're not great table fare, said Hahn. As he talked to Mark Hines, a little something for your anglers. But right now, not spawning season right now. So right now, it'd be a good time to get out there on Miracle Mile and catch a trout or a salmon. You never know. But good news from Mark Hines, who will be on later in the show to talk more about the kokanee salmon fishing in Wyoming, as well as trout fishing. We'll take a quick break here, come right back with more, including, we may need to do this day in history. I'll think about that. Maybe, probably, possibly, right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Thursday. And this news should be applauded. I love it. Too often when you hear stories from the airline industry, it's bad news. Air traffic controllers, such a shortage of those professionals that Newark airport's got all kinds of delays and issues. You hear about additional charges by Delta, United, and Southwest just added for the first time a charge for checking a bag. That had been one of Southwest's marketing anchors, is no, check bags are free. Now they're charging for check bags. News from the airline industry is almost never good except for this time. Love this. Major airline announces a $70 fine for getting up too early and standing in the aisle after a plane lands. How annoying is that? You always have that one guy, and it used to be the one person that shot up out of their seat the minute the wheels hit the ground, digging into the overhead, getting ready, and they went all the way back at, seat number 33, and they bolt out of their chair like lightning hit them, and they're into the overhead, and the plane's still barely, it's not even at the gate yet. And you're like, where are you going? Is there a secret exit door I don't know about? What? You're just clogging everything up. And now it's not just one person. It's half the plane. Turkish Airlines said from now on, if you pop up before you're supposed to, and start with the whole grabbing your bags and all this, $70 fine. It's an aerial sin that many of us can't stand. And the rest of us don't even know they're doing. They don't even realize it. You think these people have the awareness that we all hate them? Oops, maybe it's you. I don't want to alienate. The first rule of broadcasting, don't alienate half your listeners. Maybe it's you. But I got to say, I find that annoying, especially from this half the plane back, because you're not going anywhere. There's only one door out of that thing, unless you are going to go to one of those emergency exit aisles and launch yourself down the air raft ramp. Where are you going? We all are getting on the same plane. We're all getting off the same people that fight and claw and get up and try to board when they're calling boarding section 1. Yeah, if you're in section 1, and the guys, people are in section 5 and they're already up out of their seats, crowding around the agent, making it impossible to move around. The traffic flow is all blocked by people who they're boarding first class and you're in section 5 and you're up front, clogging everything up. These are the same people that shoot out of their chair as soon as your wheel's down and you're not even taxiing to the gate yet. Yeah, it's annoying. And now, Turkish Airlines, super smart. And they can make a ton of money off everybody who does this. $70, if they can get them. But Turkish Airlines issued the following statement. Please respect the disembarkation. That's a big word. Please respect the disembarkation priority of the passengers in front or around you and wait for your turn. So the Turkish Director General of Civil Aviation. And passengers who don't comply could face a $70 fine from Turkish Airlines. Good. I love it. New rule to discourage a long-time practice prevalent in everywhere. Every airline, every country, all around the world, there are those premature ejaculators. They shoot out of their seat. Especially them there. You got a window seat and you got somebody in the middle and somebody in an aisle seat, and you're already standing up and trying to get out onto the aisle. For what reason? Because you're 30 rows back, man. $70 fine. Yeah, I love it. Jackie Dorothy proposes to be with us here, although, oh man, Jackie was going to be with us Tuesday, and she sent me a message saying, I totally forgot it was Tuesday. It felt like a Monday. And I don't blame her. It did feel like a Monday after Memorial Day. She said, from now on, I'm going to set an alarm on my phone. I totally thought it was Monday. Sorry. And she also joins us on Thursdays, and perhaps she thinks today is Wednesday. I don't know what's going on in the world of Jackie Dorothy, but yeah, we don't see her. So we can move on to frivolous lawsuit discussions. There's the climbing community that's right now split on what they feel is right or wrong concerning summiting Mount Everest using xenon. The climbing community, some of the climbing community are saying it's not fair. And what this stems from is a British team's use of xenon gas to climb Mount Everest. They did it in just 4 days. I don't know if that's faster than normal. Apparently it is. I've never climbed Everest. I'm not going to climb Everest. Too many dead people on that mountain. But the Brits had a team that went there and climbed it in 4 days. Whoop! Up and down. And some say the use of xenon, which they use xenon gas mixed in with their oxygen, some say are crying foul over the use of xenon, saying it's not fair. It's like blood doping. It's like performance-enhancing drugs. Xenon, by the way, allows the user to quickly acclimatize to high altitudes. It helps the body deal with a lack of oxygen. It's something that you may achieve naturally if you go to Nepal and then spend a little bit of time there, or spend time in a high altitude setting in order to get your body ready for a lack of oxygen. And it's the reason why a lot of folks during their summit stay at the saddle while they get their body used to less oxygen. But what if you had a secret weapon? What if you had this xenon gas that does that for you? Xenon, when inhaled, allegedly activates a molecule that helps humans acclimate to low oxygen environments. The British team didn't try to hide the fact. In fact, they touted xenon as the future of mountaineering. in Everest and elsewhere because it makes these intense physical feats more survivable. They said it was a safety issue, and they're not shirking from it. They're not hiding from it. They're saying Xenon is the future. Others, like Laramie-based mountaineer Mark Jenkins said, quote, "It's pathetic." He climbed Everest in 1986 and then again in 2012. And he said using Xenon is like blood doping. It's straight up cheating, Jenkins said. And it almost seems pointless. If you show up and take Xenon to climb Everest, heck, why don't you just take a helicopter to the top at that point? Jenkins is also a foreign correspondent for National Geographic. Only about, I thought it was 29, it turns out to be 200. Only about 200 people have climbed Everest without oxygen. So, it doesn't stop with the xenon gas thing. This controversy, I think, goes deeper. At what point are you still achieving a mountain summit when you have aids like oxygen? Never mind xenon. What about just plain old oxygen? Only about 200 people have ever climbed Everest without oxygen. The other 12,000, Jenkins says, are sucking on a hose the whole way up with their Sherpa carrying their oxygen tanks. Jenkins said if you removed oxygen from Everest, it would be a true mountaineer's mountain, because then only those fit enough and acclimatized would be able to climb it. I have to agree, and I don't stop with just the xenon gas, me personally. I have to think even oxygen is cheating. And the Sherpas carrying your stuff. And not only does the Sherpa do this without the oxygen, the Sherpa's carrying all your crap. At what point should you be carrying your stuff? You want to use oxygen? Fine. Carry it. You want to use Sherpa? Sherpas also are going to tell you where to put your handholds. They're going to tell you where to step. They're going to help you with your ropes. They provide so much assistance. At what point are you really climbing and summiting the tallest mountain in the world? And at what point is your Sherpa actually doing it and dragging you along? Interesting controversy that's been unleashed in the mountain community, the mountain climbing community. Andrew Rossi has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Climbing Everest with gas, cheating or the future? Wyoming climbers are split. Yeah, one climber says pathetic, straight up cheating. Another says it's a safe innovation that will keep people healthy. It may be safe, it may keep you healthy, but it's not climbing. I don't think. The other closer to home mountain climbing controversy is the frivolous lawsuit of frivolous lawsuits. Michelino Sinceri, who we have had on this show, by the way, is a guy who's climbed Grand Teton in record time. He's an ultra runner. He doesn't so much climb as run up the mountain and then run back down. And he set a record for the fastest summit of Grand Teton up and down. But there's controversy surrounding that because Sinceri took a shortcut. And during the switchbacks on the way, I believe it was on the way down, he took a little bit of a shortcut. Now, it's a popular shortcut. Most hikers and climbers, it's a way to cut off one of the zigzags, and it's pretty commonly used. But others, after Michelino Sinceri set the record, there were other ultra runners who held the previous record saying, that's cheating. They immediately pointed and said he took a shortcut, the 32-year-old runner. And not only did other ultra runners accuse Sunseri of taking a shortcut, therefore his record-setting time should be disallowed, the Park Service actually got involved, Grand Teton, and they banned Sunseri from coming to the park, saying that he set a bad example. He took shortcuts and he went off trail. And now there's a huge lawsuit and over whether a guy could, really did set a record running up the Grand and back down. Michael Sunseri's attempts to negotiate a softer penalty for the infraction came to naught. Prosecutors declined to back down on a 5-year ban from the national park. The story is in Wildfile, and we've covered it here on the show. We've had Sunseri on the show. But that's what they're bickering about in bougie Teton County, Jackson Hole, whether ultra runners cheated when they ran up the Grand Teton and back down. Okay. Yeah, sounds like lawyers got nothing better to do. The Mount Everest thing, I think, is maybe got some validity. We'll talk more next hour. Lots to do after the top of the hour news break for many. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Some retired and current National Park Service officials claim federal cuts will cause chaos in the parks this summer. However, others, including the person who used to oversee the National Park Service, say the parks will be just fine. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to Teton County resident Rob Wallace, who was Assistant Secretary of the Interior during the first administration of President Donald Trump. Wallace said things apparently went smoothly at Grand Teton and Yellowstone over Memorial Day weekend, which traditionally kicks off the ramp-up to peak summer season.
With everything going on with the federal cuts, staffing cuts, and budget cuts to the Park Service and other federal agencies, there's a coalition of retired Park Service officials who've put out a warning from their perspective that this could be a pretty bad, even terrible season for visitors in national parks across the country because services could be down. They said you could run into things like long lines, filthy restrooms, garbage not being emptied, things like that. Apparently, we haven't seen that, at least not yet, in Yellowstone and Grand Teton.
The parks rely heavily on seasonal employees to provide many of the basic services to visitors, and so far that seems to be working, but as the season wears on, some of the seasonal staff will likely start to leave, particularly students who must get back to college. That will put more pressure on the full-time employees at a time when the parks are still very busy. Things are beginning to come into focus for the CK Gold project 20 miles west of Cheyenne. U.S. Gold Corporation, which owns the CK Gold project located in Wyoming's old Silver Crown mining district, has its state permits in hand, a local permit process with Laramie County underway, and, as Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports, a gold market that's exciting investors about gold in general.
They're using a very conservative $2,100 an ounce for their feasibility study. They're not relying on top dollar for gold to make this project work. And yet here we are with $3,300 per ounce on the spot market right now.
The potential economic impact of the mine is huge. Estimates are that the project will create 2,600 direct and indirect jobs, as well as $70 to $80 million in taxes and royalties. The lone occupant of a cabin in Teton County was found dead early Wednesday morning after the cabin caught fire. A 911 call came into the Teton County Communications Center at 2:13 a.m. Wednesday reporting the fire, but Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that it wasn't until later that someone reported the cabin was occupied.
Terse details so far. The fire department reporting there was a person inside, person was found dead. A sheriff's deputy tried to go in and the conditions wouldn't permit it. And I called the coroner thinking, okay, maybe I can figure out the age or male, female, that sort of thing. And the coroner, sounding very rushed, said, I don't know. We haven't been let onto the scene to investigate yet.
Overall, 33 fire department members helped with the suppression and no first responders were hurt. I'll be back with more news right after this.
May is High Blood Pressure Education Month in Wyoming, as heart disease is our state's leading cause of death. Are you tough enough to know your numbers? Check out a blood pressure cuff kit provided by the University of Wyoming Center on Aging at your local library. Available in all 23 counties and 67 libraries. Don't be a statistic. Be tough enough to know your numbers. Learn more at uyo.edu/WYCOA.
The volatile Biscuit Basin in Yellowstone National Park is closed to the public for the summer tourism season as scientists continue to monitor the area after a thermal pool in the basin spectacularly exploded last July. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory is monitoring the area's potential for more unstable upheavals before allowing people to get up close and personal with Biscuit Basin again.
Since the hydrothermal explosion of Black Diamond Pool back in July 2024, there have been 2 observed explosions or eruptions in the pool between then and now. These other eruptions weren't as big, but they still sent mud and rocks 30 feet into the air. Until there's a good handle on what Black Diamond Pool is going to be doing in the future, Biscuit Basin's going to stay closed until they get the okay from geologists, and then the National Park Service can put the boardwalk back in.
Biscuit Basin has been closed since July 24th when Black Diamond Pool exploded. Because the thermal feature has continued showing erratic behavior since the explosion, a static webcam was installed so scientists can catch it in the act. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight.
Skylar, come here.
Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
You know, there's a boom slang snake. That's hard to say fast. Boom slang snake. It's one snake you do not want to get bitten by. I mean, chances are you could survive a rattlesnake bite, and you'll encounter rattlesnakes in Wyoming. You got a good chance of living through that, depending on where you're bitten and how quickly you can get to medical treatment. Did you know, by the way, the smaller the rattlesnake, the worse the venom? You think like a big giant rattlesnake is the one you really got to be worried about. So little guys, the juvenile, small, young rattlesnakes carry more potent venom, more pure venom, because they're younger and they're full of more toxic juice, I guess. Let's see if Mark Hines knows that. Let's we'll get Mark Hines into the Zoom room, talk a little bit about outdoor stuff, wildlife, and maybe the boom slang snake, and whether he's ever encountered one. I think the only place you're going to see him is Africa, so we're probably safe in Wyoming, but you never know. Mark Hines joins the discussion. Mark, what would you rather be bitten by if you had to be bitten, or what's most fearful? A small rattlesnake or a big one? An old one or a young one?
I've heard that the young ones are actually more venomous, but I could be mistaken on that point.
You are correct. The young rattlesnake is the one you don't want to be bitten by. They have more venomous, more toxic venom. Also, we were talking about the boom slang snake, whose bite is very painful and will cause you to bleed from every hole in your body. Like,
oh, that sounds like fun. Yeah.
You will bleed out of the ears, your eyes, every orifice, and even your skin will bleed. The boom slang snake, a bite from that, and you're goners.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun.
No. Next time you're in Africa, just make sure there is an antidote, an antitoxin, antivenom, but it's just it's very expensive, and you're not going to find it when you need it. Is the problem?
Yeah, I'm imagining probably pretty well done for at that point, huh?
You a goner? He gone. Is this? I like. I like a quote out of one of these guys you talked to concerning whether we should be worried about visitation in parks. I don't know. Is it hyperbole? Is it going to be a crisis? What are we going to see and expect when we go to Yellowstone and Grand Teton, for instance, this summer? Visitation's always high. So no matter what the staffing level, you're going to encounter signs that a lot of people are there with you, but we're going to be worried about Yellowstone and Grand Teton? What's going to happen?
Well, so far so good, but long term, I guess it's kind of up in the air at this point. It depends on how much of the seasonal staff stays, but I guess you could probably make an argument that's true any year. How much of the seasonal staff decides to duck out early. I was the summer after high school, I worked in Yellowstone. I'm sure a lot of people did in this area. But I stayed the whole time, or at least until it was time for me to go back to college in that case. But yeah, it's interesting. We'll see. I mean, peak season isn't here yet. I guess peak season is that period, kind of from June. Well, we're almost in June, but kind of from the middle of June through through Labor Day, probably peaking in July. So I guess July is probably going to tell the tale then.
Yeah, I think so.
What will the mobs of July bring, Jake? I guess that's the question.
I think that remains unanswered. You talked to Rob Wallace, who used to run this whole smash, and he thinks we're going to be fine. He pointed to a pretty smooth Memorial Day weekend, but that's not peak season. State Senator Mike Garreau said, "Hey, wait till 4th of July through August. That's when it really hits." And as far as seasonal staffers, college kids, J1 visas, I mean, that's pretty typical any year. They're going to go away late September when visitation's still pretty strong, but that happens all the time. I think both Grand Teton and Yellowstone, the superintendents say they're staffed up as they were last year anyway.
Yeah. And well, it's interesting to me, and will be interesting to see how it plays out, is increasingly, we're seeing traffic in what we used to call the shoulder seasons, which run into fall and even sometimes into the winter. I mean, the national parks are becoming more of a year-round experience. I mean, Yellowstone gets a lot of traffic in the winter that they never used to get. But yeah, that shoulder season, like you talked about, September, October, November, a lot of people choose to go then to supposedly to avoid the crowds of summer, but they're kind of creating their own little crowd. So,
right.
so
Everybody had
we'll
that
see.
idea.
Yeah, everybody had the same idea.
Yeah.
Funny how that happens.
Well,
Yeah.
you're looking at a park that plays host to nearly 5 million a year. They may trip the 5 million mark this year. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's talk about that gorgeous North Platte River. I came back from Buffalo over the weekend and saw a lot of that. What a great river. And the Miracle Mile trout fishermen. I mean, that is some prized blue ribbon fishing right there on the North Platte. But do people intentionally look to fish for kokanee salmon there?
Apparently a few do. But they're typically in the river during the spawning run, and it's like the fisheries biologist said, or the fisheries supervisor said, when they're in the middle of spawning, they're basically, they're in a death spiral. It's what they do. It's, their life cycle. So as far as table fare, they're not going to be that great that time of the, people might catch them for fun, but for food, you're much better off catching them in the reservoir this time of year out of deep water. But apparently from what I was able to surmise, there are some people that go there just for kokanee, but it's not, like I said, Flaming Gorge, a lot of people go there specifically for kokanee. But they don't, Pathfinder and the North Platte, not so much.
And that spawning season, it's not now. That's not till
no. It starts in August.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fall thing.
Yeah, and that's a fish that is nearly dead. I mean, we all know the spawning run ends with death, and it's a fish that's almost dead. So I'm probably not good eating. Yeah, good idea. One other story, Mark, that you've been keeping an eye on is last year about this time, we remember that motorcycle rally in Daniel, Wyoming against wolf torture, Hogs for Hope. And that's kind of the brainchild of this Texas dog trainer who is planning to organize another motorcycle rally in Daniel coming up here in mid-month next month.
Yeah, he's partnered with some wildlife conservation groups, and they're kind of, their argument continues to be that because Wyoming has not outlawed the practice of running predators down with vehicles, they see that as a failure on the state's part, and they want to keep up the pressure to get that outlawed. And, there are plenty of people who would like to see that practice outlawed, and there's also plenty of people, as we saw during last year's legislature, who said that, we did take some steps. We did make it illegal to deliberately prolong the suffering or death of a predatory animal or any animal, and that covers what needs to be covered. And so, that disagreement continues over that point of law.
Yeah, did House Bill 275 go far enough, the clean kill bill? Which I mean, from its interpretation, would have made illegal what Chad Roberts, is that the guy we're talking about?
I think the alleged party is Cody Roberts. But it would have called for a stiffer penalty in that particular case, and or cases like it. That's what the backers of the bill have said. Yes.
Yeah, Roberts allegedly ran down the wolf, but then brought it to a bar with its mouth taped. Obviously, that's prolonging its death or life, but it's still legal to run over with your snow machine a wolf, and that's why this rally is still on. Hogs for Hope, being organized by Austin, Texas social media influencer Jonas Black. The last one happened without incident, right? Law enforcement was there, went smoothly, quietly.
Yeah, I mean, there were some crosswords exchanged between some people, but for the most part, it was uneventful, and I think we can certainly hope for folks to be able to express their opinions, but for things to remain peaceful this year as well. So.
All right, stay away from the boom slang snake, Mark.
I definitely will avoid them.
Thanks, man. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for letting me know. You too. Bye.
Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, outdoor guy with some stories you might want to check in with. Let's take a quick break. Coming up on the show, we're going to talk with kind of a bit of a celebrity. Also author of a new book. Phil Graham joins us. The name should sound familiar. Texas lawmaker, former House, former Senate guy, U.S. House, U.S. Senate from Texas. Phil Graham joins the discussion. We'll talk about the direction America is heading. Yeah, that comes up just a minute. Let's take a break.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Cowboy State Daily Show continues as we head into the Zoom room, pick up this young man. It's Phil Graham.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I hear you fine. I had your video and now I don't, and went out again, but...
Well, do you need it?
Well, you know.
All right. Well, I'll put it back on.
Yeah, we like... We like to see and hear. There you are. That looks good.
All right. Well, I don't. It's pretty. I'm looking down on it, so.
Well, don't worry. I got a hair thing going on today, so both of us,
all right, great.
Maybe not at our best.
Well, listen. I'm never at my best, so.
I hear you. This is
All
Phil
right.
Graham. 6 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, 18 years U.S. Senate from the great state of Texas, chairman of the Banking Committee, taught economics at Texas A&M, home of the 12th man, Go Aggies. This guy probably forgot more about economics than most of us know. We're going to talk about the new book along with Donald Boudreaux. The book is called Triumph of Economic Freedom, Debunking the 7 Great Myths of American Capitalism. There's a lot to unpack here, Mr. Graham. Let's start with, the premise is capitalism, as we understand it, has a lot of freedom in it. The freedom of private enterprise to sell stuff according to supply and demand, and the private sector. But true capitalism in the United States has been compromised over the decades and centuries, maybe, with interference from government, trying to regulate, trying to mandate, trying to subsidize and control capitalism. Have we wrecked the whole plan?
No, it's fortunately, economic freedom is a very powerful force, and it often overcomes not just the disease, but the absurd prescription of the doctor. But basically what the book does is it looks at 5 historical periods in American history and basically conventional wisdom as to what happened in those periods and what that tells us about the proper role of government. And it looks at 2 current issues, poverty and inequality. And it then sets out to debunk conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom being the Industrial Revolution in America impoverished workers and enriched capitalists. Well, it's totally false. In fact, all the hard economic data we have of the period shows that workers on this earth never had a period where their well-being increased more faster than during the Industrial Revolution in America. So while progressives and socialists fixated on the 4,600 millionaires that were created by the Industrial Revolution, they totally turned a blind eye to the 66 million people in America whose living standards grew more than any other people who had ever breathed the breath of life on this planet. A perfect example of how conventional wisdom is simply wrong. And then we look at the Depression. Was it caused by a failure of capitalism or a failure of government? We look at trade, which is obviously a big conventional issue right now with all the Trump protectionist policies. But basically, to get back to the point you made to begin with, capitalism is about freedom. Capitalism is really the embodiment of economic freedom, our right to own the fruits of our own labor, to buy the things that we choose to buy that are not illegally traded, and within the rule of law and property rights, to make our own decisions. That's what economic freedom and capitalism are about.
We're talking to Phil Graham, former legislator, former teacher, professor at Texas A&M, noted economist, and now the author of this new book just dropped, I think, a couple weeks ago, The Triumph of Economic Freedom. You can find it on Roman and Littlefield at wherever you find your books. So let me ask you this, Mr. Graham. The socialists love to point to capitalism as unsustainable and will inevitably create divisions in, the haves and the have-nots. And the government, our government, has had to step in. The feds have stepped in time and time again to deal with the impoverished. I mean, can you just roll capitalism without any government interference? I know you spent a lot of your career in Washington, D.C., repealing regulation, trying to get government overreach out of the way, deregulation. That was much of your political career. Can the government step back and can capitalism still work on its own?
Well, and also, of course, I was the author of the Reagan program in the House, so I spent a lot of my time working on trying to control spending. But the point is this: as I noted in my career, our problem in trying to help people was, at least for the quarter century I was in Washington, and ever since, we've never found a way to help people without diminishing their incentive to help themselves. For example, when we started the current welfare program in 1965, 76% of all poor people worked. Today, it's 36%. So it is true that by spending vast amounts of money, we have eliminated want, but we've replaced it with idleness. And so one of the things I talk about in the chapter of the book on poverty is about a mandatory work requirement to require that in return for means-tested welfare programs, that people be required to work. A debate that, interestingly enough, we're having right now in Congress.
Well, the book does highlight 5 periods of American history where the government felt they had to step into capitalism, whether it's the Great Recession, the Great Depression, Industrial Revolution. It was urgent that the U.S. government get involved to fix capitalism, according to some. For Phil Graham, author of this book, he finds evidence to the contrary. Government interference and failed policies pose the most significant threat to economic freedom. You point to these problems, Mr. Graham. Do you have in the book possible solutions on how we can get back on track?
Yes, I do. The purpose of the book, and what the book really shows is that more often than not, government caused the problem, like our subprime lending caused the financial crisis. And so government then regulates the banking system and not government lending in the housing area. So they cause the problem, and then rather than deal with the problem, they expand the very powers that cause the problem to begin with. And so what I try to do in the book, and Don Boudreaux, who's a professor at George Mason, and I try to do, is set out the facts, set out the myth, try to debunk the myth, and making the point that our history and the two contemporary issues of inequality and poverty that sort of dominate public debate today, that when you get the facts straight, they argue for less government, not more government. For example, Elon Musk is the richest guy in the world, okay? I have a satellite on my house that made him richer because I pay $120 a month for it. Now, but it replaced a system that was 3 times as expensive and half as good. So Elon Musk is real rich, richer than me, that's for sure. But am I richer because he's richer, or am I poorer? Well, I'm richer. And so we've got now a world market, so somebody with a powerful idea can become extraordinarily rich. There was a Wall Street Journal front page article about 14 multi-wealthy people, but every one of them made us richer by becoming rich. So why should we be concerned about it? Elon Musk being rich doesn't take anything away from me. It brought me products that benefit me. So I guess you could say, well, if I'm unhappy that somebody else is richer than me, then I got a reason to be unhappy. But if I'm happy that somebody prospered by making me better off, then I'm happy. I fall into the latter category, and so do most people.
I hear you. Elon Musk's Starlink is the reason why the tech behind us.
Exactly. I wouldn't be able to do this without him.
Neither would we. We're both on the same plan. I think we both cut a check.
Yeah, exactly.
To Elon.
Look, he changed the world.
Yeah.
And so he got rich doing it. Are you mad about it? No. Is Bernie Sanders mad about it? Yeah. But he's going to be mad anyway. So we might as well be happy about success.
Couple more things, Mr. Graham. Again, on this subject of, if you asked if there was a name and a face to Washington, D.C., and to the federal government, if you asked the federal government whether it was necessary for them to step in time and time again, key points in American history where the economic disruption in this country, the feds would say, hey, we had to step in to protect against capitalism's excesses. But we've had a guest on just a couple of weeks ago that talked about the federal government overreach in housing. And not only have the feds been unable to help housing crisis in America, but probably caused it with their meddling. Yeah. Same issue.
Yeah, and their regulations.
Yeah.
And the fact that they own all this land, especially in the West, that surround our cities, and government needs money. America, especially Americans in the West, need land to build the houses people need. Government should be selling that land around the cities and paying down our debt and making it easier for working people to own their own homes. Yeah, government at the federal, state, and local level have imposed costs that have made it more and more difficult for ordinary people to own their own home. Perfect example.
Yeah, good point. Our managing editor just chimed in with a text. He said to ask you what you think about, well, for one thing, stay off of I-35. We all know that you got to, that highway is ridiculous, but it now has driverless semis making the run between Dallas and Houston. Are you fearful of automated semis driving around?
Well, I don't have a lot of experience with them. I'm fearful of many vehicles that are not automated.
Yeah.
That are driven by people who aren't either paying attention or drinking or on dope.
Yeah.
Those are things I'm concerned about. I think I understand the importance of automated vehicles, especially to the military. And it's an area that we really are trying to invest in. And again, I think it's only a matter of time until we're going to have more automation. And you've got a lot of it already built into your vehicle. It tells you when somebody's in the blind spot.
Yeah.
I don't spend a lot of money on vehicles. I have trucks. But you can press a button and hell, it parks your car. So we've already got a bunch of automation. Clearly more is coming. People get upset about technology. It's going to put you out of work. It's going to put me out of work. But, we've lived on this planet for a long time. To this point, technology has helped us. I'm not afraid of technology.
Good point.
We'll have to learn to live with it. And we'll have to learn to use it. That's my problem, is that I'm on the other side of the digital divide. So a lot of things are out there that I have trouble using.
Better a attentive, sober robot behind the wheel than some of the people you and I have seen doing the driving out there. I can't wait. I got to get this book. I know a lot of listeners want to get this book. The Triumph of Economic Freedom is the latest book, just came out May 13th.
Buy it on Amazon. Just go to Amazon and put in The Triumph of Economic Freedom. Up it'll pop.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. I mean, I wish you were back in D.C. Maybe you don't, but I wish.
I'd have to get a new wife if I decided to go back to Washington. And I've had the one I have for 55 years, and I don't want to have to find a new one, so I better stay where I am.
I hear you, but I know we're better off for the time you spent there in D.C. And thanks for the book. I mean, that's going to be important in carrying America forward. Capitalism, the way it ought to work. The Triumph of Economic Freedom. Go search that up at Amazon. Click buy a couple copies. Thank you, Mr. Graham, for being on. Appreciate it.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Good luck.
Hey, thank you.
Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Rolling through this Thursday. Big thanks to Phil Graham for being on the show. Longtime lawmaker out of Texas, served in the House, then the Senate. Usually excelled in the areas of economics, of course, and throughout his political career, he always rallied against government overreach and overregulation. He was all about deregulation and pulling federal government's hands out of meddling business and let capitalism do its thing. And his latest book concerns just that. Check it out if you get a chance on Amazon and go order that. The Triumph of Economic Freedom, Debunking the 7 Great Myths of American Capitalism. I'm sure, first and foremost, is the socialist idea that capitalism won't work, that it will create great divide between the haves and have-nots. It'll create poverty and multi-billionaires and little in between, and that's why the government has to step in. That's the argument of socialists. Is that true? Find out. Read the book. But Mr. Graham says today government regulates, mandates, subsidizes, and controls a growing share of the American economy. And it doesn't have to be that way, and it shouldn't be that way if you're going to run something called capitalism. Let's do a little bit of this day in history. That's what I think we'll get to. What do you think? It's May 29. Happy birthday, Mom. My mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. I think she's listening. This day in history includes the following. Let's see. British government opens Canada for business. Really? Oh, this day, 1815, British government opens Canadian commerce to U.S. citizens following the end of the War of 1812. This day, 1843, John C. Fremont, great pathfinder, nicknamed Pathfinder, great, fascinating story, the life of John C. Fremont. 1843, Fremont would depart from St. Louis again to explore the West. He had just returned from his first Western expedition, got back to St. Louis and geared up, staffed up, and went right back out west. This day, 1843. 1878, this day, John Thayer concludes his term as territorial governor. Thayer was originally from Massachusetts, relocated to eastern Nebraska in order to farm and practice law. Oh, those are the good old days where you could do both. Your dream to be a farmer and a lawyer. Yeah, you could do both in eastern Nebraska in 1878. He was appointed territorial governor by President Grant, but on this day concluded that term in 1878 and returned to Nebraska to farm and lawyer. Also this day in 1878, as we said, with the departure of Thayer as territorial governor, John Hoyt took office. He was the University of Wyoming's first president, by the way. So John Hoyt in, John Thayer out as territorial governor of Wyoming. Before it was a state. I almost said the state of Wyoming. Not yet. Territory of Wyoming. May 29th, 1888, the first Wyoming National Guard unit called the Laramie Grays were organized. 1891, Cemetery of Fort Bridger relocated to Fort McPherson, Nebraska. On this day in 1903, President Theodore Roosevelt was on a whistle-stop tour of Wyoming. It was this day, May 29th, 1903, that President Roosevelt stopped in Evanston, Wyoming. 1904, this day, Natrona County boy was shot while herding sheep at Alkali Gulch as those cattle-sheepman wars continued even through the early 20th century, 1904. 1912, we just talked about him, John Hoyt, took office on this day in 1878. On this day in 1912, John Hoyt died. First president of the University of Wyoming, former territorial governor, died in Washington, D.C. on this day. 1919, this day, new City Hall opened in Casper. The building no longer there today, but 1919 was the day the building was opened. 1943, Rosie the Riveter first appeared on the cover of the Saturday Evening Post, illustration done by Norman Rockwell. The concept of Rosie the Riveter would go on to define the employed working woman of the World War II era. This day, 1943, the cover of the Saturday Evening Post featured the work of Norman Rockwell, Rosie the Riveter. This day, 1943, meat and cheese began to be rationed in the United States, part of the World War II efforts. 1971, Category 2 tornado injured 3 people in Casper, Wyoming. Pretty rare to have a tornado that far in state, central Wyoming. You often can see tornadoes in the southeast part of the state, down Cheyenne area. But in Casper, yeah, that's pretty rare. Cat 2 tornado, 1971, injures 3 in Casper. And more global, what do you call it, phenomena, tornado and an earthquake. An earthquake hit outside of Gillette this day in 1984. Magnitude 5 earthquake, 23 miles outside of Gillette on this day in 1984. All these things happen on May 29th, sometime in history. Time to rodeo. It's the Western Ag Network and Will Rasmussen with the Rodeo Roadshow.
It is the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. It amazes me the amount of money that has been won this year as opposed to just a few half dozen years ago. We'll go over some top money earners in the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, and the summer is just beginning as we near the 1st of June. That is coming up next on the Rodeo Roadshow.
Cattle producers join the Wyoming stock growers for the 2025 Cattle Industry Convention, headed for Laramie June 2nd through the 4th at the University of Wyoming's Conference Center. The theme this year is Embracing Opportunity, and will focus on cattle markets, trade, tariffs, taxes, and natural resources. This year's speakers include Kent Backus and Sky Krebs with the NCBA. And don't forget about the trade show. Register online by visiting the Wyoming Stock Growers Association's website, and we'll see you there.
This is Rachel Gable at Western Ag Network. Ag headlines can get pretty heavy and discouraging sometimes, especially when you need rain or just a day out of the wind. We understand. If you or someone you know needs a resource, the AgriStress Helpline has trained folks answering calls and texts to 833-897-2474. We're proud you turned to us for your ag news, and we want to remind you how valuable you are. This spring, be careful and take a minute to check your cows, check your fields, and check your neighbors.
Before we get to the money one and some of the top money earners in the PRCA, I want to talk about the schedule that's coming up. Music City Rodeo. It's all new in Nashville, Tennessee, where the hockey team plays there on Broadway. Santa Maria, California, the Elks Rodeo there. That's a major rodeo as well. Together with Window Rock, Arizona is happening. Belcourt, North Dakota, Harriman, Utah, Fort Harriman, and Strong City, Kansas going on as well. But just looking at the amount of money that has been won by these cowboys and girls. Wacy Shala from Oklahoma leads the bull riding. He's got about $147,000 won. Ryder Wright in the saddle bronc riding $140,000. Cassie Mowry, last year's world champion barrel racer, $132,000. She's number one in the world right now. And Bradley Miller from Texas, $135,000. Amazing amount of money. And I was talking to an old timer the other day that said, we used to be able to win the world with $17,000 won. So amazing, and congrats to the rodeos that continue to add money, give cowboys an opportunity to make more at the sport they love. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Thanks, Will. You're going to turn the mic on before the mic works. Thanks, Will, for the Rodeo Roadshow. I wanted to mention, I want our listeners to get a chance to learn from some opinions in the Cowboy State Daily letters to the editor, particularly the last couple have been very interesting and could be an impetus for discussion, debate. One of them is from Representative Ann Lucas, State Rep Ann Lucas, who writes into the Cowboy State Daily with a guest column that's titled, "Protecting Our Children Isn't Book Banning, It's Common Sense." And Representative Lucas says the real extremists are those who believe there is no issue with young children being handed a how-to manual on anal sex while they're at school or at a public library. And Lucas writes, yes, this is happening in Wyoming. And this is not book banning, it's common sense. Representative Lucas says as she weighs in on the issue of what books should be allowed in a public library or at a school, for instance, and when is education gone so far that it's then smut? Interesting. That topic continues to be huge, and good insight from Representative Lucas. Check that out. Special guest column. Another guest columnist writes in, Representative Mike Schmidt, and he wonders and worries about cloud seeding in Wyoming. Wyoming, decades-long cloud seeding project, and I believe, I could double check this, I believe the latest legislature discontinued that project. It was in cooperation with UW, and it was decades-long cloud seeding, and whether it worked or not, spraying, what's the chemical they use to try to coax silver iodide to coax moisture out of the sky in the hopes of boosting snowpack. It all sounds good, and Wyoming has been a leader in this cloud seeding. Now, the jury's out on whether it actually works, increases snow or not, and it costs money, and this pilot program has been ongoing for decades. I think it was just discontinued, or funding for it was just cut off. I'm pretty sure. But Representative Mike Schmidt wonders not just does it work, but is it harming wildlife and water when you shoot silver iodide into the sky? Schmid writes, Wyomingites care deeply about their land, water, and wildlife. So why are we tolerating a program that after decades still offers no proof of long-term benefits, but carries a growing evidence of environmental risk? Good question. Good topic. That's a guest column in the Cowboy State Daily from Representative Mike Schmid. And food for thought. Absolutely. Other things we got to cover that I hope to get to that I kind of put on the back shelf. Of course, local stories here in Wyoming. I've been hesitant. I've been waiting to try to get the energy to discuss this 27-year-old Cheyenne man who online calls himself the punk skater. Well, the punk skater faces charges of child pornography, sharing photos and videos of young girls engaging in sexual acts with not only adults, but animals. Josh Keller, 27-year-old, waived preliminary examination in Cheyenne Circuit Court on 2 counts of sexual exploitation of a child, receiving and distributing child pornography, etc., online activity. This dates back to September 2024. Is just disgusting. Maybe if we get to it, it's just horrifying stuff like this. Dale Killingbeck has the story in the Cowboy State Daily you want to check out if you have the intestinal fortitude to check it out. We'll get to that and other stuff. Top of the hour news break now for those of you doing that, our networks. We'll see you on the other side as the Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on this Thursday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The Cheyenne 21-year-old charged with shooting a 16-year-old Casper teen initially told a Natrona County Sheriff's Office investigator that he tripped while playing a game, discharging the gun in a 1 in a million fluke kind of thing that shot the boy in the head. But Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the arrest affidavit for Sebastian Belden tells a different story.
He initially told police that they were just playing a game and that he had his handgun in his hand and tripped and it went off. But when they interviewed his fiancée and 2 minors that were there, they were told that he told them not to tell the police what actually happened. It appears that during the day, they both were playing a game where he would pull out his pistol and point it at the teen's head. And then at some point around 7 o'clock that night, when he pulled it out and pointed at his head, it went off.
Belden appeared in Casper Circuit Court Tuesday facing 2 charges of aggravated assault and battery stemming from the Mother's Day shooting that sent the teen first to Banner, Wyoming Medical Center for treatment and then to Children's Hospital, Colorado for extended care. While Flaming Gorge Reservoir might be the place anglers think to go for kokanee salmon in Wyoming, the Pathfinder Reservoir to Miracle Mile stretch along the North Platte River is a lesser-known salmon fishery. The hitch is, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines, that anglers who catch them in the river during spawning runs won't be rewarded with a tasty meal.
If you're going to catch them during their spawning runs, the game and fish guy I talked to said use brightly colored lures. You're not trying to elicit a food response from them because they're not really eating at that point. You're trying to elicit what he said is an aggressive strike, so something flashy and colorful. Be prepared if you catch them while they're making those spawning runs, they're probably not going to be very good. He said they're essentially dying. He described them as soft and mushy at that point. So if you want to get good eating salmon, catch them this time of year in deep water in the reservoir.
The spawning runs typically last from August until October. A former Wheatland band teacher accused of multiple child sex crimes with a teenage girl is expected to be charged with another criminal case involving a second alleged victim. The Platte County Deputy Attorney told the court during a Wednesday bond reduction hearing that she intends to file a second case against 34-year-old Evan Bradley. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Bradley remains in jail while the Platte County Attorney's Office prosecutes him on 19 felony-level sex counts that accuse him of committing sex acts against a girl under the age of 16.
He had a bond hearing on Wednesday where he asked the judge, can't you loosen up this bond? His attorney said he has no criminal history. He has ties to the community. He has a job. Bond isn't supposed to punish a guy. It's just supposed to make sure he shows up for court and the community is safe. The prosecutor, during the course of all this, said, well, I'm filing another case against him. Watch out for that.
The judge refused to reduce the bond amount that's keeping Bradley in jail, but the judge did extend to the man the option to work with a surety bond company if one is willing. I'll be back with more news right after this.
May is High Blood Pressure Education Month in Wyoming, as heart disease is our state's leading cause of death. Are you tough enough to know your numbers? Check out a blood pressure cuff kit provided by the University of Wyoming Center on Aging at your local library. Available in all 23 counties and 67 libraries. Don't be a statistic. Be tough enough to know your numbers. Learn more at uyo.edu/WYCOA.
Some of Wyoming's most accomplished mountain climbers are split on whether using xenon gas to quickly acclimatize to high altitudes is the future of mountaineering or a performance-enhancing drug for the ultra-wealthy. The debate is reaching a fever pitch in the mountaineering community, with British mountaineers summiting Mount Everest in 4 days last week. To accomplish this feat, Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that they carried that secret weapon.
Xenon gas is believed to increase the body's resistance to low oxygen environments. Speaking to Wyoming mountaineers who have climbed Everest, the response is mixed. On the one hand, it's a life-saving measure. If it's a means of getting up to these summits quicker and safer, it's a great thing. On the other hand, it's been called a performance-enhancing drug.
Now that xenon as a mountaineering tool has been thrust into the international spotlight, the discourse is more intense than ever. Climbers in Wyoming may be on opposite sides of the debate, but their conclusion is the same. There will be more and more people climbing Everest. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These are the ones, right, Mom?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes. Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Yeah, let's get to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday that feels like a Friday because Tuesday felt like a Monday. Whenever you're coming out of a holiday weekend, it's hard to get your bearings again. Everything's all off. This feels like a Friday to me, so maybe I won't be here tomorrow. Renee Jean will join us momentarily. Somebody named Gretel is going to join us after that. It's our new Ask Abby segment, which has been unfortunately canceled and replaced with Greeting Gretel. Get ready for that. This story in the Cowboy State Daily, Dale Killingbeck, talking about that shooting incident going back Mother's Day in Casper when the one man shot another man, 21-year-old shot a 16-year-old. They were horsing around with guns, pointing them at each other, playing around with loaded firearms. And the 21-year-old, I believe through his defense attorney, said it was a total mistake, a 1 in a million occurrence when he tripped, I guess, and shot his friend. He called it 1 in a million. Well, you know what would make it 1 in a billion? If you didn't have a loaded weapon. If maybe you did this with an unloaded gun. You know what would make it 1 in a trillion? If you had an unloaded weapon and your finger was not on the trigger, outside the trigger guard, which you should have learned in your basic training for your National Guard spot. And you know what would make it 1 in impossible? If you just didn't point guns at each other, knucklehead. Yeah, it's 1 in a million. Just not smart. Renee Jean, she's really smart. She joins the show. Renee, what's happening?
Not much.
Okay. Well, your story's about gold, how you hocked all your jewelry and you're now rich. I remember that one.
I did not.
Okay, I'm misremembering it a little bit, but this story about gold, I mean, gold right now is doing pretty well in the market. And that's got folks encouraged about digging up gold. And we're talking about the CK Gold Project and reopening a mine that was once known for its copper. We're turning copper into gold. What's happening?
No, gold and copper were present at the site, but it was mainly a copper mine once upon a time.
And I mean, with gold prices, what they are now, I mean, everybody's excited about doing gold again. I mean, we can mine for a lot of stuff in Wyoming, obviously rare earths or silver or coal or gold. Do we have gold? Is there perhaps gold here?
We can even mine for helium.
Right?
And then we can make all the gold float away.
Here's my helium mining.
Yeah, we can mine for helium or gold. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited about this. Is a reason that CK Gold Project should be especially excited about the potential. I mean, miners walked away from this mine back in the day. Why is that? And why do we think now suddenly gold mining could be lucrative there?
Well, so, at that time, it took a pretty high grade to make a mine profitable. This particular mine has some high grade ore, but nothing in a continuous vein. It's like here, there, and everywhere kind of thing. So it just, it played out quickly of what was economically feasible for that time period. Technology has advanced since then. There are a lot of new and different techniques. Our geology knowledge is also much better than it used to be. We sort of have a better idea how to find these things, where the high grade ore might be. So that's a couple of factors I think that kind of play into this. The company that owns this had actually intended to sell this to fund exploration in Nevada, but their CEO and president, George B., took a second look at it, and he's like, this is a bird in hand versus two in the bush kind of thing. It would be crazy to sell this. We ought to just develop it. And so they've been looking at the feasibility of it. What I think is really interesting here, Jake, is yes, gold is like trending at $3,300, but they are not relying on that to give this project legs. They are using a much more conservative figure, 2,100 per ounce instead of 3,300. And I think that's a smart move because it first of all, it showcases that there's upside for this company. There's a lot of upside to the gold price being $1,000 more per ounce right now. And then using that conservative figure, they're showing that they can develop this mine without relying on top dollar for gold. I think that's why you're seeing investor analysts rating this company a buy, setting a stock price target that's much higher than what the stock's actually trending at right now, suggesting that the market is undervaluing it. And that's, I think, pretty common for a lot of these uh, kind of wildcat. This isn't a wildcat operation though, because they know the gold is there. It was there all along. It just wasn't technologically feasible. But prospecting companies in general are undervalued by the market because there's so much risk. And so, that $10 price versus the target price by this investor analysts are saying, you could buy this anywhere under $15 and have good prospect of making money. Of course, it's the stock market, so it's risky, but I think that $11 price for the stock tells you there's room to make some money there if you're interested in speculating on a gold mining company.
We see this similarly in the oil extraction industry where global commodities and how they're doing on the market dictate whether you want to get real eager about mining or drilling or not. And, oil has to be at a certain price per barrel before it becomes, exciting for folks that are drilling. And gold also has some set point. So folks are watching Wall Street. But like you said, in this case, U.S. Gold Corp, which owns CK Gold Project, bought it back in 2016, was thinking of selling, not so much looking at the stock market and what commodities are doing, because gold is going bonkers right now. But they set a lower threshold. They said, never mind 3,300 an ounce. We'd do it at 2,100 or whatever they said. And gold seems to be a little more stable than oil. I don't know, but gold always seems to be steady, if not headed up.
Yeah, and just to clarify, they're not setting a price at which they would sell the gold with that feasibility study. They're just looking at the economics. So at $2,100 gold, what kind of return on investment do you get with this mine? Of course, every investor who's looking at the possibility of investing in this company knows that gold is trending at 3,300 an ounce right now. And so if you're an investor, you got to be thinking there's more upside to this company than what this feasibility study is showing. And I think it's a pretty smart play on their part because they're not overselling what they've got. They're really underselling it by quite a bit. It's a smart play.
Yeah. And it's a return, a renewed interest in the Silver Crown Mining District and CK Gold Project, and returning to a yesteryear when we can put Hecla, Wyoming, back on the map. At one time, had 800 people there. So I can't find it today. On Google Maps, I'm looking for Hecla. I can't find it, but we're going to turn back the clock, bring back yesteryear, and bring back Hecla.
Hecla is a ghost town. It's just one of those many places where they thought there was gold, and people rushed in, popped up a town, pop-up city, basically. And then it played out, and the town is no more.
I'm afraid Thermopolis is going to become a ghost town without Star Plunge opening. I know as we get into the summer tourist season, everybody is waiting with bated breath on whether tourists will come if one of the main attractions, not the only, but one of the main attractions of visiting Hot Springs County is Star Plunge. It's kind of like going to Yellowstone and finding out the Old Faithful's closed. Are people still going to go to Thermop without Star Plunge?
Well, I that seems a little bit hyperbolic to me. I think Star Plunge is a wonderful attraction, of course, and it does have a following. But there are other attributes in Hot Springs County. And I think that's the focus. It has to be the focus for the people who live there. They still have to get through the summer 2025 season with their shirts still on, or at least their bikini tops.
Yeah.
And so, uh, everybody in town is working hard to promote other things that are in the county that are worth visiting. Particularly the blue ribbon fishing is a bright spot in Thermopolis, and they've put years of marketing into that. It seems like word is really starting to get out about that. I'm told from a couple of the people in town there that they are seeing a surge in visitors for fishing. The residents too are, they're putting their thinking caps on. They're saying, "What can I do this summer that will bring people here?" Maybe Wyoming Discovery Days needs to be expanded. Let's bring in a really famous artist. Chase Rice has a big fan club. He's kind of one of these polarizing musicians, I think, in that you either know him or you've never heard of him at all.
Right.
But
He's
the
good, though.
one,
He's real up
yeah.
and comer. He's great.
Yeah, I listened to some of his songs. I was like, "Yeah, this guy's really good."
Yeah.
But so they're hoping that he can bring thousands of people to Thermopolis, fill up the hotels and the restaurants for that weekend, and then people are putting on extra derbies, extra vendor shows. Uh, the One-Eyed Buffalo Brewing, and not because of Star Plunge, but just because it was time, brought back the street dance, but the timing was great. The town is looking for extra things to do this summer to bring people in. The return of the street dance brought 600 people to town, so I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that. Event organizers brought back a long-time tradition. That Memorial Day weekend street dance attracted some 600 people. So stuff like that, thinking outside the box, maybe will help Thermopolis summer tourism and tourism in Hot Springs County. Fishing's great. A lot of things to do. Like you said, it's not just all Star Plunge. Everybody loves railroads. Speaking of bringing back the old days, these trains, I love the story about Union Pacific's Big Boy. He's got a date with 4014's got a date with 1616, and together, after a little Marvin Gaye, they might make little trains. You never know. What's happening when these two big boy trains meet?
Well, now the 1616 is a diesel locomotive, is not a big boy.
Okay.
And more normally, a 1616 is a SD70. It would be a yellow train, but they have painted this one with colors from the Abraham Lincoln era, and it is a tribute to Abraham Lincoln, who, of course, signed the Railroad Act back in, the 1800s. That kicked off this supercharged race between Central Pacific and Union Pacific to build a transcontinental railroad. And I think Congress was smart in some ways about that at the time. What they did was they said, "Hey, whichever one of you lays the most track, you're going to get paid by the mile." So, and then you're going to meet in the middle somewhere here along this route, and whoever's laid the most miles is going to get the most money. That kicked off quite a race between these two companies to build that track as fast as they could. Of course, there are always unintended consequences with every legislation, as we have learned to our sorrow. And one of the unintended consequences there was that the railroad companies weren't necessarily mindful of worker safety during all of that. Lots of people died as they pushed forward on that. Trying to build that as fast as they could. It's a very interesting period in history.
Yeah, it was kind of a genius moment, though, by Congress, acting like that parent that tells their two sons, they don't pit them together in a useful competition. Like, why don't you two see who can chop wood faster? And the next thing you know, you got firewood for a whole winter because they're chopping firewood like crazy. What a brilliant idea.
Little Johnny lost his finger.
But yes, in the hurry to do it, somebody going to lose a finger. Yeah.
Kind of the way this one is. They did it faster, but they also were not as careful of lives along the way.
Yeah.
The other I think's really interesting about it is, Cheyenne, Wyoming exists because of the railroad. Boom towns were springing up all along the route as Union Pacific was building. Cheyenne was one of those boom towns, but it was a boom town that stuck. People, for some reason, believed that this was going to be a place that wasn't going to evaporate, disappear like all the other railroad boom towns. And they started ordering houses from Chicago, plopping them up on the landscape. There's a really great account by this tourist, Simonin is her last name, or his last name, whichever. Louise Laurent Simonin. I don't know if that's a girl or a guy, to be honest. But she talks about houses coming by the hundreds from Chicago, ready-made houses traveling down the street with their occupants inside, smoke coming out of the chimney, everywhere the sound of hammers. I mean, that would have been something to see, Jake.
Yeah.
It's a really cool thing. And Cheyenne is really here because of that.
Yeah, and the railroad, the coming of the railroad bustled a town like no other thing. And the story of the two railroad companies meeting there at Promontory Point, the Golden Spike driven in, that was in the North Ogden area of Utah. That's a pretty cool story, and I'm excited for the meeting of Big Boy 4014 along with a big old Abraham Lincoln Diesel 1616. They're going to get together in events in the Greeley area mid-July-ish.
Yeah, it'll be Cheyenne Frontier Days. That's the latest Cheyenne Frontier Days. I'm told that the Greeley Museum, they will be lubing up Big Boy. People will be able to watch that. Then it goes to Denver for more preparations. The company didn't say what those were. It's not a public access event. You can watch it arrive, of course, and a lot of people do. And then it'll go back to Greeley for another public access event and come back to Cheyenne. But that's all during Cheyenne Frontier Days. So I think it must have something to do with Cheyenne Frontier Days.
We're going to make railroad great again, along with gold mining. We're just turning the clock back altogether on 1800's going to make a comeback.
All right.
Thanks, Renee. Have a great weekend.
I'm here for it. I'll go get my outfit ready.
Yeah, our Pioneer Days are back.
All right. We'll
Thanks.
see you.
Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily. We'll be right back with Ask Abby, which has now been renamed into Greet Gretel. Right after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Welcome to the brand new segment, Greeting Gretel. It takes the place of Ask Abby, which has been canceled due to low ratings and the fact that I've run out of trivia questions. I can't stump you anymore, Gretel. You're too smart.
Right.
I forget why we're even calling you Gretel. What happened?
My mom wanted to name me Gretel
Oh.
from The Sound of Music.
That's right.
Thankfully, Mike intervened.
I don't know. Gretel would have been cool. It is Ask Abby, and we will ask Abby in a minute. In fact, let's get right to the Ask Abby. I'm going to ask you about the topics of the day, the stories of the day. What's the buzz? The buzz is it cheating to use xenon to climb Everest? Are you hip on this?
No, what is xenon?
Yeah, xenon's a gas that they got oxygen tank. Hardly anybody climbs Everest without oxygen. Only 200 people have climbed Mount Everest without the aid of oxygen because that's thin air up there. Only the Sherpas do it. So they put xenon in the oxygen, and that acclimates you to low oxygen level quicker. You know that if you're going to go climb Everest, you got to get acclimated. You got to spend some time at high elevation so your body gets used to the idea that there's thin air, there's no oxygen, your blood can do its thing, and xenon speeds all that up for you. It's kind of like a performance enhancing drug. It's almost like some mountaineers say it's cheating.
Yeah. Well, I would say probably it is maybe, cheating. I think if you're gonna use technology to your advances, then great for you, but maybe your achievement's a little watered down. I don't know.
We're talking Abby, noted world-renowned fly fisherwoman.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. It would be similar, I guess, to just shooting trout with a shotgun. Oh, would that be cheating?
I mean, if you can shoot a trout with a shotgun, that's
It'd be impressive.
that'd be kind of impressive. But I also am a catch and release fisherman, so I don't kill any trout when I fish.
All right.
So shotguns aren't, I also don't really I'm not really into shooting stuff in general.
Okay. Yeah, you just catch and release. I like that. All right. Here is where we may have to separate and go our separate ways, Abby.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This topic defines, puts everybody in a category. There's them and there's them. The issue of airline etiquette and those people, and I don't know if you're one or not yet, who pop right up once the plane lands and start digging into the overhead and get ready to go, even if you're 35 rows back from the front. Are you one of them premature ejaculators who's like, oh, let's go. Now wheels down, I'm out.
Let's go. It depends on where I'm sitting. And I kind of read the room, like I'm good about reading the room. If we're all standing up, like, okay, if I'm in the exit row, or not the exit row, the row, then I feel a little bit of an obligation to get up and
Aisle
get in
seat.
the aisle. Yeah, in the aisle.
Yeah, especially if the ones next to you are like, they act like they're ready to roll.
Yeah, but if I'm in a window seat, I pretty much hang tight until it's my turn to exit the plane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that would be my rules of the airline. But
if Abby ruled the airline industry, that's how she would do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do a lot of things differently. Like load the plane from the back to the front. Why do we do that?
Right. That seems counterintuitive. Yeah, you let first class in first, and everybody's got to shove by everybody else. That seems stupid. True.
Yeah, it's just like if you're in the back of the plane, like get on there and get to the back.
Right.
And then if you're in the front of the plane, you get to hang out in the airport and people watch a little longer.
Yeah. And are you one of those that if you're loading in, say, section 6, that you're already up at the waiting, at the airport, you're already up and clogging, trying to get up front while they're loading first class? You're like, well, I'm in zone 6. I better get ready.
I actually don't mind just hanging out in the airport till my last final call.
Because the plane's not going anywhere, right?
No, it's not going anywhere. It's also like I don't want to sit in that thing longer than I have to,
Yeah.
That's why I never really understood why people were so like. I get the airlines where if you what was it, Southwest, where you just we picked your seat as soon as you got on the plane. I think that's Southwest. I get that because then if you're in line first, you get to sit wherever you want.
Oh yeah,
but
that creates a free for all.
Yeah, if you have an assigned seat, I mean, I know I have a seat on this plane. I'll take my time getting on it. It's not like it's a comfortable experience.
That's a really good point. Now, a lot of people panic over the loss of overhead. At a certain point, we all know the overhead fills up, and they're going to make you surrender your carry-on. And you don't want to be without it because the airline's going to lose it. So that's why people panic over that. But you're right. Why do you want to be in that little tube? It's hot. The air's not going till the plane moves. So, yeah, why do you want to be in there longer than you need to be?
Yeah, I don't know.
Smart,
people just
Abby.
get anxious about flying. I get it. I get anxious too.
Yeah. I bring it up only because Turkish Airlines just announced a $70 fine for the annoying habit of clogging the aisle and jumping up as soon as the plane lands. Like you're not even taxied to the gate yet and people are digging their overhead stuff out. $70 fine for those of you doing it too early.
Which Turkish airline did this?
A Turkish airline, like they're a major carrier. They're yeah. So the next time, you fly to Turkey or somewhere in the Middle East, Don't be in a hurry to get your carry-on out.
Maybe their planes are more comfortable.
Maybe. Actually, Turkish Airlines is they're up there with Qatar and United Arab Emirates as a pretty good airline. Air France. Okay, let's pivot from airline stuff to other thing that's in the news, and that's the new cleavage is butt cleavage.
Oh.
Are you blissfully unaware of this, Gretel?
I am blissfully unaware of this.
Seriously? Oh, it's huge now.
In men or women or both?
In women, have not.
Oh.
Well, in men, it's always been popular with plumbers. The new cleavage is butt cleavage, butt crack. Let's call it what it is. And women are wearing low back dresses to show plumber's crack. And that's considered sexy. Supermodel Lily Chi just did it at the Monaco Grand Prix, and she's getting a lot of flack for it. But it is the new trend. And I guess we should be happy that women are just wearing clothes at all to a major event on the red carpet, because Cannes Film Festival had to issue a dress code saying you have to wear clothes. Because the new thing is women wearing clothes you can dress you can see through completely. And it started with Kanye West's wife, I think.
You're so woke in this.
Are you
in
not
this world
up?
of entertainment?
I'm too far ahead of you, I guess, with all
Yeah.
this.
I don't plan on having any butt cleavage anytime soon.
Okay. Good.
And
what about the pantless trend? Women are going pantless. No pants.
We're just wearing our underwear around.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, I guess clothes are expensive. And there's not a lot that's cheap in this world today. So if it saves you a buck, let's save some money, I guess.
Abby putting an economical spin on it. Okay. All right. That works.
Yeah. Well, I like to wear pants.
Yeah. Pants come in handy.
I'm just gonna stick with what I'm gonna roll the program I've been rolling.
Okay. Let's get back to rolling the program. Get ready for our buzzers. Yep.
We don't need the buzzers. We need just the magical wand.
Probably.
The unicorn wand.
Probably.
Okay.
Okay. This trivia is just random bar trivia. If you were playing bar trivia, you might hear some of these questions. Are you a big bingo player? Have you ever played bingo?
Yes, I have played a lot of bingo. Mm-hmm.
I enjoy bingo night at the Elks Club or whatever it is. In bingo lingo, what number is called two little ducks?
Like it's like a B5 kind of number, or what do you mean?
Yeah, forget the letter. We'll take the letter out of it.
Okay.
Just the number is called two little ducks.
Maybe 66.
That'd be a good guess. I could see, the 6 looking like a duck, and 2 of them. It's 22 is the number we're looking for.
Oh, I knew that. You know why I knew that?
Why?
From rolling dice in the bar.
No.
Twos are ducks.
Oh, I didn't know that. Like deuce, duck.
Yeah, because there was this old guy in Pinedale, and he always, when we would roll dice, he would say, "Keep your ducks and come in second."
Oh my goodness, that's interesting. So we're gonna give you bonus points for that. That's cool. What's in rolling dice? What are boxcars?
6s.
Correct. What are snake eyes?
1s.
Wow. All right. You're good at
It's all this beautiful music.
You're good at these back alley gambling games. That's your
And the Stockman, man. The Stockman in Pinedale, Wyoming is where I cut my teeth on the dice games.
Well, this is a proud moment for Mom and Dad who were thinking about naming you Gretel. Abby's excelling in all these back alley betting games. How are you on pitching pennies? Are you? No, we don't have that. We're going to we're going to change gears.
Okay.
And we're going to go to, how about this? Which nation has the most people? What country has the most people?
China.
Correct. What country has a circle on their flag? Their flag is basically a circle.
Japan.
Wow.
What is this? Look at me. I'm on fire.
Yes.
Somebody call the ambulance, the fire department, whatever. Alert the authorities.
Within 10, let's say, how many bones in the human body?
Oh, I know this because I went to school forever. There's a lot, Jake.
There is a lot.
What does it start with?
2.
200. 29. 20. I don't know.
And Abby knows because she's broken all of them. No.
Yes.
I mean, 206.
206.
Yeah.
That's a good trivia question. That's a good one. I give you that.
Yeah, that's one you should, tuck away the back of your mind.
Yeah.
We were just talking about Mount Everest, whether climbing it, sucking oxygen is cheating, whether climbing it, sucking xenon is cheating. Let's go back to the basics. How tall is it? What are we talking about? Why do you need oxygen? How tall is Everest above sea level?
Shoot, I have no idea. Is it in the thousands?
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
If you talk about like Wyoming mountains, people who climb mountains, if you're a peak bagger, that's a summiter who likes to climb mountains. You're a peak bagger. You collect summits and you say, well, I've done 8 14ers. So Wyoming has 14,000 footers. So does Colorado. So 14,000 is kind of like pretty high for the U.S. So knowing that, what do you think Everest is?
30,000.
We're going to give it to you, 29,029 feet. Wow.
Dang.
I mean,
that's pretty crazy.
Today's your day, Gretel.
Maybe it's my new name.
Yeah.
I'm going to go buy a lottery ticket.
Okay, on a
under Gretel.
Yeah. Make sure. And then when it comes time to pay out, they'll be like, sorry, you're Abby.
Yeah.
All right. On a typical day, the average American opens this 22 times.
Their email. Their eyes. No, I don't know. It's not their email, because probably way more times than that.
I know. And I'll give you a hint. Knowing the answer, it seems high to me. In my experience, I open this every day pretty much, but not 22 times. No.
No, not the car door.
Not the car door.
The front door of your house, the bathroom door. All right, what is it?
Refrigerator.
Oh.
You think that's high? 22 times opening the refrigerator?
No, not if you're cooking a meal.
Yeah, I guess.
If you don't cook in your house, then that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't cook.
You cook 3 meals a day.
Yeah.
And you have snacks.
Good point.
22 doesn't seem like a lot. You got to open it to take your ingredients out.
Yeah.
You got to put all your ingredients back. You got to put your leftovers back.
Yeah, now that you say that.
If you go to the grocery store that day, then you're really opening and closing.
Yeah. I'm thinking of like those times where you just open it to see what's in there. Like you have you're hungry, but you don't know what you're hungry for.
Yeah. And you're just like, has anybody put anything new in here?
Right. Did anything appear in the
the last 20 minutes?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. 22 seem high, but now that you say that, okay.
All the answers to the questions are in 20s right now. We got 22, 29, 20. Yeah, we're just on the roll with 20s.
People on average open their refrigerator 2 little ducks a day. Yeah,
2
that's
little ducks
weird.
a day.
Okay, here's one. As a former bartender, I say former, you're not bartending now, are you?
I'm not, no.
Not currently. Former bartender.
Currently.
Which gin brand takes its name from the iconic guards stationed at the Tower of London?
Hendrix. Not Bombay.
Right, that would probably be
Not Tanqueray.
guards in India. No, not Tanqueray.
I don't know any other gins.
I think it's like a bottom shelf gin. I think it's kind of rot gut gin, but I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Beefeater.
Oh yeah, that was our gin at the Buckhorn.
Mm.
I can see the bottle.
I can.
That was many moons ago.
I can visualize it. Yep. I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a real big gin drinker. I'm not a real big hard alcohol drinker.
Yeah.
So.
Same.
Yeah.
All right. What? I only have a couple more. Some of them are dumb. I don't think you'll get them, and I want you to stay on your hot streak here. Yeah, they're all dumb. I don't know if I have. It's hard to find trivia questions that are good. I can't tell you the struggle. Okay, here's sort of bar related. In snooker, that's like pool without not being 8-ball. In snooker, how many points do you get for sinking the cool blue ball?
$20. We're just gonna stick with 20.
Yeah, stay with 22, right? No, it would be 5.
Oh. Doesn't seem like a lot of points.
Let's go back to Everest. Seems to be the topic of the day. At what young age did someone conquer mighty Everest, becoming a teen legend? I don't know if this was the youngest person ever to climb Everest, but they were famous for climbing it at a young age. And I don't even know who this person is, by the way. I just know the age.
You said teen, so I'm gonna guess 17. 18. $14.
Close. 13. 13-year-old climbing Everest.
Wow.
That's impressive.
It is impressive.
Okay. More behind the bar. Your mixers. What vintage soft drink brand has been fizzing its way through the U.S. since 1885? Old time.
Some kind of ginger ale, maybe. No. Okay. Coca-Cola. Is it still a soda today?
Yeah, it's still today. And when you hear it, you're like, oh yeah, I think I knew that was like a really old one. It's sort of the other version. The other guys is Dr. Pibb, Mr. Pibb.
Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper is an old soda?
Yeah, 1885.
Wow.
Yeah, can you imagine
That's
that?
wild.
Like you were before Wyoming was a state. You could be kicking back in Cheyenne, getting ready to, with your pickaxe to go out mining or building the railroad and be like, I need a Dr. Pepper to.
I've never drank a Dr. Pepper. I really don't even know what it tastes like.
Oh, that is good.
Really?
It's like spicy root beer. I don't know. It's hard to describe. Yeah. It's really good.
I was going to say even like 7-Up because I just remember seeing like a lot of old 7-Up bottles and stuff. But
yeah.
Dr. Pepper. That's an interesting one.
Be a pepper. That was their marketing campaign once. Okay, good stuff.
Okay.
We got to let you go.
There was definitely more magic ones than there was buzzers.
Yeah. No, you did really good. You win the lottery. You were on fire today. The Ask Abby segment returns, sometimes known as Greek Gretel. Whatever. What are you doing this weekend?
I'm going to Deanne Carter tomorrow in Cheyenne.
Oh.
Strawberry wine, some 90s country.
Yeah. I like
awesome.
her. Wow. That's great to hear her still doing it.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be neat.
So that's what I'm doing tomorrow night.
Wow, I'm excited. Good for you. Report back on that. Remind me next week when you're on how that went.
I will.
Yeah, I like
I'll
her.
see if I can get her autograph for you.
Yeah, I love that song. That's a nice waltz. There's not many waltzes.
Maybe she likes Jake's radio. Maybe she listens.
Maybe.
All right.
Thanks,
Have a lovely
Abby.
rest of your day.
You too. Thanks. Ask Abby on the Cowboy State Daily. We're going to take a quick break and make a run for the finish line right after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Get back to it. Get back in it. We're going to go to a Wyoming game and fish moment with Ray Hageman in a second here. In fact, let's do that now. When we come back, I'll talk about this Claire McFarland story about the former Wheatland teacher accused of sex crimes having a relationship with a 16-year-old. I think she was younger than 16. And a judge deciding what should be the bond for the man found out from the prosecuting attorney that kind of in a Me Too moment, there's another person that has come forward. And there may be additional charges. First, let's go to the game and fish with this.
Agencies continue to work on securing funding for a wildlife crossing project near DuBois. I'll have details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Wyoming Department of Transportation, the Wildlife Fund, and the Greater Yellowstone Coalition are continuing efforts to secure funding for the Wind River to Grand Tetons Wildlife Crossing project outside of DuBois. This project aims to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions and ensure safe passage for wildlife and motorists. The project, which proposes a series of strategically placed underpasses, an overpass, and fencing along a critical stretch of U.S. Highway 26287, has received public support and early funding commitments. However, additional funding is necessary to move the project into construction, and the agencies are actively working to secure that funding as opportunities arise. Wyoming Game and Fish Department Director Angie Bruce says this crossing project represents a critical investment in Wyoming's wildlife and public safety. She says we are fully committed to this effort, and it remains the state's highest priority for wildlife crossings. Bruce says we are grateful to our partners and the public for recognizing its importance. WYDOT will oversee construction once funding is complete. Wyoming Department of Transportation Director Darren Westby says reducing wildlife vehicle collisions is a priority for WYDOT, especially in high-use wildlife areas like DuBois. He says, we're working closely with our partners to advance this project and make the highway safer for people and animals. The Wildlife Fund and Greater Yellowstone Coalition have been leading fundraising efforts. Wildlife Fund President Chris McBarnes says we're excited about the progress, deeply thankful for the community's support, and encourage all private donors to continue standing with us as we move toward fully funding this important project. McBarnes says we're very grateful to our partners at the Greater Yellowstone Coalition for helping make this private support possible. The DuBois project is part of a larger statewide effort to improve wildlife connectivity and reduce wildlife vehicle collisions. More information is available on the DuBois U.S. Highway Project webpage on the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Well, we're going to run out of time here. We'll pick up that thought tomorrow about the Wheatland teacher accused of having sexual relations with one of his students, maybe more than one. And we'll also tell you the Game and Fish Landowners of the Year for 2025. We'll do it all tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.